Salam, salam. Can everyone hear me now? Give me a thumbs up if you can hear me. Let me know. We'll get started. In 1 second. Set this. Send out the link so you guys can join. Excellent. So I'm going to just give me 1 second. I'm going to drop the link so everyone can call in and join discussion. 1 second. While we wait, you guys put in the comments where you tuning in from. Also, let you know I'm going to be sharing some profiles today of some sisters and brothers that are looking to get married. So make sure you are ready for that. Also have your pen and pad because I'm going to do a description or a demonstration rather of CBT model. It's what I share in the community, share with clients. I'm going to give you guys a taste of it. So make sure you have your pen and pad with you. A halal beverage. USA. We're in the USA. Okay, the link is posted there. UK, okay. Virginia, okay. Just a few more seconds. Any questions that you guys have, you can go ahead and put them in the comments as well. Near Washington, D.C. Okay, so the Northern Virginia area. Okay, I know that area quite well. Fairfax, all of that. Okay. We are officially ready. I got 11 people here. Talk to me. What other countries are we from? We got the UK, we got the US. Where else? Just give me one more moment. Canada, Toronto, okay, UK. Make sure you guys like and subscribe while you're here. Copy link. Okay. Tough finding a sister out here. Okay. You're in the right place. Z, you are in the right place. I'm going to show some profiles. Actually, starting off with that, I'm going to share some more throughout the stream. Also, going to be doing. Actually, hold up. Let me help you out. Damn, there we go. Z. Here we go. I'm about trying to get people married. So Z, there you go. 1 second, last post I need to do, and then we're gonna jump in this. Okay. Okay. So let's get started. Let me drop these in here as well. So I'm gonna open up the call lines a little bit later, but if you have questions, feel free to put those in the comments. And we're about to get started. There we go. What'd you say? K-12, go east? Oh, this. So we're gonna have a discussion here. I see. We're gonna have a discussion. Any thoughts in the community right now, and you guys with the passport bros? Is that what this go east comment is about? So, look, welcome to the show. We have a special guest tonight. A couple special guests coming in, and the show is going to talk about this issue of polygyny, as well as we're going to look at a video that went viral this week. And I'm going to also work through a brief CBT model, give you guys an example of what I do in sessions with clients, as well as show you more profiles of sisters and brothers that are looking to get married. So let's get started. And what I'm going to do first, though, is let's look at a profile right quick. Right. And so this is the matchmaking service that I have, Soft Life. And what you can do is DM me if you are looking to get married, whether you're a brother or a sister, if you're interested in polygyny or not. Message me. One of the profiles we have right now, we're going to look at 3 brothers profiles. One brother is from the UK. Actually, all 3 of these brothers are from the UK. Pakistani, Bengali, Somali brother. You got a data scientist here, IT engineer, an accountant. 2 brothers are married. 1 brother is unmarried. So early 30s, mid 30s. We're going to look at this sister's profile. And with this sister's profile, we got 3 sisters here. When you see the star, that indicates that the sister is interested and open for open to polygyny. Okay, so we got 3 sisters, 2 in the UK, 1 in Turkey, 1 half Turkish, half Filipino, Pakistani, both of the sisters that are in the UK, 1 a divorcee, and 2 never married. So if you are interested in any of these profiles, make sure you reach out to me. And or if you're looking to get married, make sure you reach out to me. And what I want to do right quick is I want to briefly show you guys this video, because this is the video we're going to start with. And we're going to have a discussion about this. Okay, so let me bring this up right quick.
My husband is
Let me start this back. Could you guys hear that? I just want to make sure the volume was clear. Could you hear that? Give me a yes in the chat if you can. Thumbs up if you guys heard that. I'm going to play it. You guys let me know if you can't hear it.
My husband is my boss. My husband is number one. If my husband tells me, hey, sit down, I'll sit down. If he tells me you can't go out with your friends today, I'm not going to go out with my friends. If he says, hey, go wash this dish for me, I'm going to go wash the dish for him. I chose this man to be the king of my life, and yes, I agree with everything he says, and I do everything he says. And I did that because I chose this man. I put him in this position in my life, and this is how I honor and take care of and love the man in my life. So I tell women out there, you want a man in your life, you want to be happy, figure out what you would do when you are happy. Because I am happy. My husband does so many great things for me. And I would do that for him. I obey him, I respect him, and I let him be the man that he is. I chose a man that I wanted to follow. I chose someone to lead me, and that's why I will do anything for him. Anyways, that's a message for everyone out there. Love and cherish the king in your life.
Okay. So what I want to do right now, if you guys give me just 1 second, any thoughts in the comments about that video? Okay. The coffee is here, so now we can get started. Okay. So to my guest, Ihsan, are you ready? Can I get a thumbs up? Can I bring you in? Okay.
Assalamualaikum.
Salam. Alhamdulillah. Alhamdulillah. How are you?
I'm good, alhamdulillah. I'm assuming you can hear me if you responded to my salam.
I can. Can you guys hear me well?
Are you asking the audience? I can't hear you. You're muted. Yeah.
Perfect. We're good. Can you hear me now?
Better. Yeah, I can hear you now. That's absolutely fine.
Alhamdulillah. Those in the chat, can you hear us? Is everything okay? I'm going to assume that means yes, so we can just get started. How are you?
I'm good, alhamdulillah. Not too bad. How about yourself?
I can't complain. Alhamdulillah. I'm walking, I'm talking, I'm breathing. You know, I got called.
True.
Family is good. So, you know, absolutely no complaints. But before we get started, I have to first give salams to your husband and please tell him, convey my appreciation to him for allowing this to happen, because as soon as I asked you about this, the first response was, let me speak with my husband, which I definitely appreciate. And there's a lesson in that for everyone. But yes, salam, salute to the husband, and much appreciation. So please convey that to your husband.
Definitely will do, inshallah.
Alhamdulillah. So with that being said, first let's start off. What are your thoughts about the video? If you want, I can play it again. Were you able to hear
I'm quite familiar with the video. I think I watched it a couple of times, maybe more than that. I definitely agree with everything that she said, because I think as a wife, it's important to obey your husband, because you picked him as to be your leader in the relationship. And as a husband, he is the protector and provider, and we should respect him. By respecting him, we obey him. And I think that is the dynamic of a husband and wife. And it moves through in a relationship very seamlessly if we have that relationship where he's the protector, he's the provider, he knows his role, you know what part to play, and she as a wife knows what part to play as well. So It's been working for thousands of years up until now, where we have differences in opinion. But it's been working all this time, so why not continue that way of living and behaving in a healthy relationship?
Question for you. I get that. And that's the way my home is structured. But my question for you is, as a sister, as a woman, why do you think the response? One of the comments that I received was that this can't be taken serious because she's a comedian by profession, and that disregard the fact that all of her videos are of the same theme. It still has to be disregarded because she's a comedian. Why do you think there was this kind of reaction from some segments of the Muslim community that this is something to not really, that it's a hindrance to us as a community?
I think regardless of what profession she has or what hobby she has, whether she's a comedian or not, the message she's giving is still valid, whether she is being humorous or not. There's truth to it. So I think we should disregard that bit, because I didn't find it funny or anything humorous to it. If anything, I believe everything that she said was factual, because I try and live that life to the best of my abilities, to obey my husband and respect him in that way. So yeah.
And I think, I think it's interesting when it comes to this issue of polygyny. One of the things that comes up is looking for areas to discredit what's being said. And I think one of the things that this sister has done that's kind of ingenious is she's been able to get jewels, nuggets of wisdom in a very short clip, right? In a manner that's humorous, but also in a manner that's inviting, right? So I think what she's doing is she's found her niche, I think.
Absolutely.
But let me share some comments I meant to post, but I didn't get a chance to post. One sister said, she is in trouble. She is abused. She is trying to hide it. That's one comment. Another comment is, no, sis, you're not a slave. Another comment, I think the husband is filming her to say this. Islam is not like this. This is an irresponsible video. Another comment, she may have good intentions, but this video is reckless, irresponsible. Another thing, last comment.
Yeah.
She is in a polygamous relationship. She looks abused. Her fake smile. She may be crying for help.
Oh gosh. I think people will create this narrative in their head to justify or make reasons to why, because it's based on their insecurities, I think, and they're making this narrative to justify their thought process, and that could be far from reality of what is actually the case.
Yeah. I think, see, this is something that I'll go into later. So let me make this point to anyone that is watching. Please have a pen and pad as we have this discussion, because one of the things that I want this to be is, there may be moments where it's funny and you'll laugh, but my goal with my platform is for it to be education, right? I want you guys to be able to leave a live with a better understanding how to regulate your emotions, right? And so, in response to the point that you're making, I think one of the reasons why we get this kind of knee-jerk reaction is because people have these subtle demands, right? These subtle demands, and as anyone that is understanding the model of CBT, demands are the beliefs we have that are really just elevated preferences. So we have a preference that people only entertain monogamy, but we escalate that to the level of a demand that they must only entertain monogamy. And thus anything that's outside of that, i.e. polygamy or polygyny, creates discomfort, right? It creates that discomfort. And the other thing that a part of the model, what it says is, when we have these demands, what upsets us is when we have a demand and an extreme belief. And what I find when I look at the comments around this issue of polygamy is, we also have, or people that are have intense emotions about it, is they have an awfulizing belief, i.e. that not only must you not engage in polygyny, it's awful, meaning it's 100% bad that you are engaging in it. And that's going to produce the anger. That's going to produce the anxiety, because there's a demand, and attached to that is that extreme belief, that awfulizing. And that's where that, for me, as someone looking at it from the lens of a coach that uses this model, that's where that emotional discomfort and intensity comes from, is because when people, like the comments that I just read to you, they place their demands on other people's. And what the model says, and this, the reason why I went this route is, when you look at the comments, it's textbook. The model says that what upsets us is when we place demands on ourselves, others, life conditions, and our Lord. Meaning, I'm placing a demand on you that you must not entertain polygyny. You must value yourself more than to entertain polygyny, because I've set up this definition of what fits the category of you valuing yourself, and you must fall into my category of what valuing yourself is. You see, again, it's coming back to a demand, right? I have a demand on what it means to esteem yourself, to have self-worth. And if you engage in an action that doesn't fit in my box, then that's terrible, right? And I can't stand it, right? So just a quick point that I wanted to make in terms of the model and how it relates to this issue of polygamy and what we see in the response from other people. It's very much them not being able to regulate their emotions. But with that said, any thoughts on that before I probe a little bit more?
I think I agree 100% what you said. And with the, you mentioned the demand and awfulizing, but there's also a counter that, which we discussed before in our personal one-to-one session regarding jealousy, and how we applied that model with the jealousy that I was experiencing, which we will get into further on in this live. But it's that you can awfulize and put that demand, or you can be understanding in terms of, say, for instance, someone's diet is veganism, or if that's what you call it. Is it veganism or just being a vegan?
Being vegan, yeah.
He said, I don't understand it, but I respect it. How would you define that?
Yeah, that would be a preference.
Yeah,
That
a
would
preference. That's it.
And preferences are fine, right? So it's and as someone who's been vegan for 6 years, almost 7 years, I get it often within the Muslim community. Like, people sometimes they have a visceral response to just hearing that I'm vegan, because they have a demand that, look, if the Prophet ﷺ ate meat, you must eat meat. And the reality is, no, it's a choice. And I'm not saying that eating meat is haram. I just have political and health, perspectives that, for me, I think it's best for me to refrain from meat. But also, I know myself, and this is a part where, just to make a side note, when it's always important to have self-awareness. I know I'm a person that I can't do moderation with food. I'm a person, if I eat meat, I'm gonna have meat on Monday. I'm gonna have it on Tuesday. I'm gonna think I'm doing good by skipping Wednesday. Then I'm going to have meat again on Friday. And I'm going to make sure that I have enough leftovers that I can eat it on Saturday as well. And Sunday, I'm going to have some more. I'm that type of person when it comes to meat and chicken. I love it. It tastes great. I know that's not healthy for me to have meat back to back like that.
Of course.
And I know I don't have the self-discipline, right, to regulate, to do quote unquote moderation. And so with that said, I just do what I know works, which is refrain, right? Self-awareness, right? And so subtlety, and I'll make this point very quickly. You'll also see this in this realm when it comes to food, is that what is moderation for me, I know I can't do it. Someone else will say to you, you should eat meat, just do it in moderation. Like, okay, well, what is moderation for you? That may not be moderation for me.
Absolutely.
And there's that subtle demand that you should be able to do it, or you should either adhere to the definition of what I say moderation is. And for mothers listening, you'll find this when it comes to when you have children, what your in-laws or what your parents or what relatives or aunties in the community may think you should be doing, what you should be feeding your child, right? The demands that they place on, right? And you can see how they respond, how intense they are when they respond.
Very passionate, I would say.
Yeah. They're passionate about a kid they didn't carry for 9 months.
Absolutely. I can, that resonates with me as well.
Yeah, why are you so hot about me why are you so hot about me deciding that I want to
What's best for your child? Yeah.
It's so again, the reason why I gave those examples is I want everyone to understand that demands permeate all areas of life and activity. And one of the things we should do is when we feel an intense emotion, we should ask ourselves, what are we telling ourselves? And what we want to listen for is a demand. Am I demanding something on my spouse? Am I demanding that I be the perfect mother? Right? As if that actually exists. Right? Because if you're demanding that you be perfect, you're demanding that you never make mistakes. Right? And as you know, that's not how we've been designed. We've been designed as fallible human beings.
Of course.
Right? So apologies. That was me going on a coaching tangent.
Well, there's a teachable moment in that. So I think it's beneficial to learn the concept of the model and how that applies to, say, your dietary requirements. And that was a good example of that. So, yeah.
So let's dive in. Talk to me. You have a view about polygyny that I think is needed but unique. What is that view?
I feel like an alien in an alien world, if that makes sense.
Okay.
Because of my viewpoint. And the reason why I gave that example, because I'm human, this is a practice that has been done in ancient times, and a minority of the Muslim community do it. And if they do it, they do it in privacy. They live their lives in privacy. And the polygynous relationships that you hear of are often negative ones. So people have a negative association with polygamy, unfortunately. And it's quite unfortunate. So the mindset that I have, I adopted it gradually in time from watching a lot of lectures, lots of videos from people like yourself, Naomi B. Roberts, Gabriel Armani, a few other perhaps speakers, especially the outstanding personal relationship coach Nasir and his two wives, Coach Fatima and Coach Naila. So especially hearing the female perspective on polygyny from a sister in Islam talking about it, it was really enlightening to hear from a sister rather than a brother, because obviously a brother will give his perspective, but hearing from a female, which I can relate to and it resonates with me more, it really shifted my mindset. And that's where it began for me, my journey of being more open-minded to polygyny and being supportive of my husband looking for another wife.
Yeah. So question for you though. What was it? What was that point? What was that shift? When did you realize that my thinking is kind of shifting? When did that happen? At what point did you realize that?
I can't date or time that pivotal moment. I would say perhaps in the last year, so the previous year, that's when it occurred to me that okay, I feel solid about my stance of where I stand with polygyny in my thoughts and opinion. Let me converse with my husband about where I stand with it. And to be honest, he was very surprised because it's not something he considered prior to marriage, nor did I. If anything, even after marriage, the first year, I would say I was very jealous. I was very possessive, insecure. Not that I'm completely ridden of that. I would still say I have some level of jealousy, but like the model that you shared and explained, um, I have learned to use that model in my personal life, especially with jealousy that you can encounter with polygyny.
Mhm.
And it's been very, very beneficial, I would say.
So do you remember your husband's response when you brought it up to him?
We've discussed it so many times that I can't remember the first, time that I actually explained it to him. But I just remember him being surprised, to say the very least. And gradually, with time talking to him, he became more pleasantly surprised about the idea of me wanting to share him with someone else and a co-wife in the future, perhaps. Um, yeah, I think I would like to. Don't want to say too much on his behalf because he's not here, and
Okay.
I don't want to form opinions and thoughts on his behalf because that's his thoughts and opinion, and I don't want to speak on his behalf with him not being present. But he finds my mindset very enlightening and positive.
Alhamdulillah. So what exactly is it for you? What was it in the lectures you saw? What was it that was the shift? What's the why for you in terms of polygyny?
I can't remember who mentioned this, but and I've noticed this in my personal life, in my social network of people that I know, and that is if you want for your what you should want for yourself, what you want for your sister, or is it the other way around? Want for your sister what you want for yourself.
Yeah, yeah, exactly.
And I feel like you can't really say that unless you have something that you have that is could benefit someone else. And I feel like me holding back my husband, who I do believe is polygynous by nature, like many men, and Allah knows, his creations very well, hence why it's halal.
Mhm.
And I encourage him to marry someone else because I feel like there's an abundance of single sisters out there in comparison to single men.
Yeah.
And even if there are single men, they may not meet their standards in terms of their characteristics, their qualities and attributes. And I think in a previous not podcast, live that you've done, there's a brother who named Self. He mentioned
Mhm.
that a lot of the um, good guys are married, and that seems to be the case in my life as well. I alhamdulillah got a good one, and I feel like it wouldn't feel right to just keep him all to myself as much as I would love to, and it's that jealousy bit, but I don't want to give in to my jealousy and that will be the end all be all for me.
Mhm. Yeah, I think that's an interesting part about this, that a lot of the pushback that I get. Tell me your thoughts on this, and in the comments, you guys please share your thoughts. I work with majority women. 98% of my client base are women, UK, Canada, and the States. And what I find is it's interesting when it comes to this concept of polygyny, because oftentimes there's this quick knee-jerk reaction. And I have a segment of sisters that I work with, as well as sisters that I just communicate with through social media, that are dating, like literally dating, like
Not
in
courting, dating.
dating, like in intimate relationships.
Oh, okay.
And they're Muslim, alhamdulillah. They believe in Allah and His message, alhamdulillah.
Mm,
This is their fallibility, right? And
okay.
this is the reality. Like I want to make that side point. The reality is we all have our sins. We all have our
Of course.
fallibility. And so their fallibility in this regard is they are engaged in relationships. But some of them have the most strong pushback against polygamy.
Polygyny. Yeah.
Yeah, against polygyny. And the part that I don't understand though is like one is halal, one is haram. Can you help me as a woman? Like, or
I
I
think it's the possessive nature in most women that they don't want to share their husband. They rather go through the haram route and have a guy who appears to be all about them and they have the guy to themselves rather than be in a halal, practice something that is perhaps referred to as a forgotten sunnah or practice at the time of the Prophet ﷺ and the Sahabas. And they rather do that than go the halal route and share someone because of that jealousy that they can't address and deal with it in a healthy way. They rather be like, well, I'm jealous, that's it. I'm going to accept that. That is how I am and I'm not going to do anything about it.
Yeah, I just see. So this is the part, and this connects. This is a connection I wanted to make to what you were saying earlier, in that reality is there is a scarcity of men. There is a scarcity of men that can provide for women. A scarcity. With that being said, the question, if that scarcity is there, then why not entertain men that have demonstrated that they can provide? Does that make sense?
I do. I feel like my mindset is perhaps very different from a lot of women in terms of that if the brother, I think you should disregard whether the brother is married or not. If he's offering something halal to you, he's a good candidate in terms of the qualities, attributes, and characteristics that he possesses, and he's willing to provide and care for you. And there's someone who's single but offering haram. I feel like for me that's an obvious choice to go for the halal and practice polygyny in that sense, because like you mentioned, there's a scar like there's not many men out there who are single and willing to provide all of that in a halal way and give that to you.
Yeah, I see. That's the part, and that's that tradition of the Prophet Islam, where it says that if a man comes to you and he's of sound deen and sound character, then marry him. If not, then there will be fitna. And please,
And there is,
right? And there is, and we see that, and so the part though that I stress to those I work with and those that I'm in communication with is like, look, he doesn't say, the Prophet ﷺ did not say, if a man comes to you who is single and of good character, good deen, then marry him, right?
yeah.
That's not what's said. And so what I find is we've placed this criteria that he must be single. And I think a lot of sisters get in their way because of that. Right?
Yeah, absolutely.
And another piece is, I think there's also this element of not understanding men, right? By not understanding men, like men, what is considered now ageism is real. Men look at age.
Yeah.
Right?
That's the reality.
Yeah. But I find that, sisters will, know that they're at that age where that men start looking younger, but they'll still hang on to the lower probability.
Like they don't think about the probability. They just think, I waited this long, I'm entitled to this, so I'm going to wait and get what I want. But they're not in tune with reality. They're in that demand phase, like you mentioned. They have this demand, but out of touch with the reality of what the situation actually is and what is the probability of getting that man is very rare, to be honest.
Yeah, it clearly is. And I just want to like really make this point. Remember when I said earlier about demands, the model says that we place demands on ourselves, others, and life conditions. We also put a demand on our Lord subtly. And the way that we do that is we demand that the person that he brings for us to get married to be single. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
My Lord would not make my Nasir be someone who's married. Right? We place a demand on Allah that you must bring me someone who's single. It has to be a monogamous situation. It can't be a polygamous situation. You see the subtle demand there, right? That's a subtle demand that we place on our Lord that yes, it's Nasib, but it has to be Nasib in this way. And that's the pushback that I give to sisters is like, look, you can't really have it both ways. You can't on one hand say if I get married or don't get married, it's complete Nasib. Okay, if it is, okay, great. Then if that's the case, is it Nasib and where that you don't have to take care of your health, you don't have to do anything, you don't have to go out the house, you don't have to look after yourself, you can just let yourself go. Still Nasib, he's still gonna see you and still want to marry you. Most times sisters tell me, no, well, I have to do a little bit. Okay, I have to do A, B, and C. Well, if that's the case, then again the question becomes, you still have that subtle demand that it can't be polygyny. Polygyny. It has to be monogamous, right? There's other variables there, and so that's the part that I think gets missed in this. Any thoughts in terms of that demand?
I think also regarding the monogamy and polygyny, it's the society that we live in that instill these belief systems from early age. Like when we watch Disney, it's all about the prince and the princess and they become king and queens, and it's only one queen and one king. And being raised in this society has instilled these belief systems in us that there's only one for each other. And it feels like the Islamic values, and I feel like people perhaps are out of touch with certain things in religion. They pick and choose what they want to do. And polygyny is something they choose to disregard and not consider it for themselves because they were like, they justify it in their head like, well, for instance, they'll probably tell themselves that that's an ancient practice and it doesn't apply nowadays, but that's not the case at all.
Yeah, you'll hear it. I hear it all the time. That's for times of war, and if it's not for a time of war, then it shouldn't be done. My question for you: you don't have to speak about your particular friends, but just in general, why do you think amongst the people you know they're resistant to it? What is it? Why do you think they are?
The ones I know that are married, they have this possessive nature in them that's stronger than reason or rational thinking. This is a situation. I have a good value man in my life, man of high value, and there's so many sisters out there who are struggling. They really are struggling nowadays to find a suitable partner for themselves that can provide for them, that can look after them, that can care and love them the way they deserve. And I think it's that selfishness, I think, like whether they realize it or not, it is the case that if you are aware of the situation and the reality that this is the scenario that we live in, why not talk to your man? I feel like it's just the jealousy and there's an overwhelming amount of it and people just are not willing to work with their issues and they just justify, well, he's my man, he belongs to me. End of the day, we're in this earth for a short period of time, and if you can help another sister out and gain the reward with the struggle that comes with polygyny, I think there'll be so much benefit in society and in the Muslim community.
Yeah, Yeah, I can't even imagine what the scales would be when you stand in front of your Lord, right? Because if your husband, if your husband, what I'm understanding from you is you're interested in your husband engaging in polygyny because he's demonstrated to you that he is a man that will adhere to the rights of another wife. He will take care of her. He will do what he is required to do Islamically. And
Mm,
thus, knowing that you have those receipts, it's then you're confident with recommending, because the reality is there's also an ownership on you, right? Because, for example, if I know you and I have my sister, and what I tell sisters is this: one of the perks of marrying a married man is you have receipts. Like,
mm.
know
He's
that.
proven himself to be a man who is a husband and he can provide and care for you because he has that experience. Like if it's a CV and you have one man who's been single his whole life, not that that's an issue. And my husband was single before he met me and he's proven himself through our marriage. But there's learning curves to go through when you haven't been married before. And a man who's married, he's kind of gone through that and he's willing to share his experience with you and guide you along the way, lead you along the way, rather than learning as time goes along.
Mhm. Yeah, it's the learning curve. It's the
Mm,
learning curve of being a husband and father. And so a man that is married has embarked on that learning curve and has receipts, right? It's a process, and he has some lessons learned, i.e.
mm,
receipts. And so this is where the ownership also becomes on you, is because if I tell my sister to speak to you because she's interested in your husband for marriage, then she's going to come to you and she wants, the verification of receipts from you that he
yeah,
as he says he is,
yeah, absolutely.
right? And so there's a lot of barakah that you receive from that point forward if they marry, and all that he does for her, you get the reward for that as well, because you help facilitate that. You are the
Mm,
one that gave the receipts to her to let her know this man is that type of man. He can
yeah.
do, right?
And I think
This.
there's lots of reward in that because it's not an easy thing to do. I
Mhm,
can easily be like, well, I have all this time with my husband other than the time he has at work, and I can be selfish with him, or I can potentially share my time with him, and it's not going to be easy, but that's where the reward and barakah comes in because you're giving up that time and making that sacrifice with that time with your husband and share him with someone else who can benefit from him and be cared for.
yeah. Yeah, so I think there's a lot of barakah that comes in it for you, and any sister that helps in that process. So another question though for you is, what was it though? What was it that? What was it for you that So yes, you had a shift in your thinking about polygyny, but what was it that then led you to say, you know what? Uh, yeah, I want you to do polygyny, but go over there and do it. I don't want to have any parts in it. But you made the choice of, wanting to be involved in the
Mm.
process. What was that for you? Why did you choose that route versus kind of a hands off? Yeah, go over there and do it.
I just want to help aid him in that particular situation in life. If I can help find a sister or be involved, not too overly involved where I need to know the ins and out of everything, just when things are necessary for me to know. Because with me and my husband, we have good, alhamdulillah, we have really good communication. And I feel like it's important for me to show my support by being there. So the reason how we came about to know each other is that from what I remember, I sent you the DM
Mm-hmm.
regarding the situation that we're in and that my husband looking for a polygamous, relationship. It wasn't him that messaged you, it was me.
Hmm.
And I feel like well, I messaged Naomi B. Roberts first, and then I got to you. But I think it just makes the process much easier for me to be involved in that way, rather than just be left in the dark, or twiddle my thumbs and worry about who is she, what's she doing, da 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 da. But there's also a limit in that regards as well. You shouldn't be overly obsessed with what's going on and know the ins and out, the text message, what's been said from word to word, letter to letter, sentence to sentence, like just important details here and there, and that's all I need.
Yeah, I think that's important, right? I think that's wise, right? Because the reality is this is someone that's coming into your family, right? You guys are building something together, right? And how much time and connection you guys decide to have is up for you. But having some level of influence, I think, although it's not mandatory, I think it's a great asset, right? When you guys have that type of relationship and that level of communication that you can have that. Yeah. So if you don't mind, let's look at some of the comments right quick.
Sure.
Hey. So I don't mean to be rude, but do you think you were manipulative too? What made you honest about yourself being jealous, possessive, and how did you get over it? In case you have by now.
I just want to dissect the question so I can answer it properly. What does, I'm assuming it's a brother Furqan, if that's how you pronounce it.
I would say so.
How do you think you are manipulative? You are manipulative too. What does he mean by that? Was I manipulated, or am I being manipulative?
I assume that was from the beginning when you were saying that in the beginning you were jealous.
Ah, okay.
Right?
In that regards, I wasn't manipulated, if that's implying by my husband, because he was in the dark or completely oblivious to the fact that I was learning about polygyny and the ins and out of it and the religious perspective and how it applies to our generation and society that we live in now. It's only when I became solid in my stance on the matter, that's when I brought it up to him. So it's pretty much, I made that decision independently by myself. Whether you choose to believe it or not, that's the case. And regarding jealousy, possessiveness, I think that with time, I think you mature as an individual if you work on yourself and your personal development. And that's something I strive to do in my personal life. And I think jealousy is something that will come up here and there eventually in time, but it's just how you tackle that situation. It's an emotion. And with every emotion, it comes and goes, whether it's sadness, happiness, jealousy, various other emotions, and you just have to deal with it as it comes along.
Agreed. And I think that's the important thing that you said is the reality is emotions are temporal, right? Emotions come and they go. And I think the other thing to remember is, and this is what we talk about in the model, wherein that there's the event, the adversity, right? And then there's the thinking that happens before you get to the actual consequence, what you actually feel and what you actually do in the physiological response. So that thinking in between is the part that is critical, right? That's where I'm sure you've heard in so many writings where they say the moment between stimulus and response needs to be increased. And when you increase, that affords you more time to think, to dispute your thinking.
You don't want to make a rash decision based on emotions because you may most likely regret it.
Right. Based off of what the model would say is either going to be a demand and one of those extreme beliefs, right? That this should not be happening. You should not be doing this. My Lord shouldn't be giving me this right now. I should not be experiencing this test, right?
I think it
So,
comes back to perspective. You can either choose to magnify the situation in a negative aspect or choose to go to the positive aspect and not victimize yourself and see the benefit of this, because it only benefits you to do that, to not awfulize the situation and see a positive aspect to it, because it's healthier for you in terms of your mental health and overall being to see the positive side to things in life.
Yeah, and the reality is, oftentimes, can I just pause right quick? For those of you that are watching, I have 27 people watching, and I only have 8 likes. I got 8 likes and 27 people
Come on,
watching.
people.
Come on, guys. And I only got 8 likes. I gave you a brief explanation of the model. People join
For free.
People join my community to learn this in more detail. People pay for sessions to get that little brief like that I just gave you. So please, a brother is not demanding. I'm just, my preference is that you please.
I love how you use the model there.
The model, see, this is what I do for a living. I use it all the time, 24/7, 365. So with that being said, guys, please like, share, and subscribe. With that being said, one of the things that's important, building off that point, is that awfulizing, right? When you say that something is 100% bad, that absolutely no good comes out of it. And that's an important thing, because when you start awfulizing and then you have a demand, you're going to have that extreme emotion, that intense emotion. And so this is the point that I wanted to get to based off what you were saying. If you don't like how you feel, you have to set the emotional goal of how you want to feel, right? So if you're experiencing anxiety, the emotional goal should be concern, because that's the constructive
lesser version of that.
Exactly. Right. So when you cross the street, that's concern. When you're driving a car, that's concern. You don't want to be driving a car and crossing the street anxious. Right. You don't want anxiety. You want concern. So you should be concerned about the quality of a woman that your husband is going to choose. You don't want to be anxious about it. Because if you're anxious about it, that may lead you to be more intrusive than you would be if you were concerned.
Yeah.
Right. And the feeling is always valid. That's another point to always remember. How we feel, although it's temporal, it's always valid. But the thinking that underpins the
they have a ground to stand on, really.
Right. The ground that upholds the feeling is our thinking. And that may be inaccurate. But the feeling is always valid because it's based off the thinking. The question to always do is to question the thinking. Because if you shift the thinking, you're going to shift the emotion. Right? I.e., if you shift the thinking from a demand to a preference, you're going to produce concern versus anxiety. So that's the work to do when you start feeling the emotion. Set the goal. The goal is I want to feel concerned, not anxious. I don't like the heart palpitations. I don't like the fact that my face gets red. I don't like that I start getting tension in my neck. I don't like these symptoms of anxiety. So if I don't experience them, I need to, one, set the emotional goal, which is concern. And then I need to ask myself, what do I need to tell myself to get to concern?
De-escalate the situation, really.
Exactly. De-escalate the thinking. You de-escalate thinking, you'll de-escalate the emotion, and thus de-escalate what you do, i.e., in this example, you won't be intrusive, right, when it comes to who your husband is entertaining.
And I think it's important to practice that prior to someone coming into the picture and, you know, having a polygynous dynamic in terms of family base. And the reason why is because if your husband does get married, you don't want to continue that behavior of being intrusive, because at the end of the day, once he's married to someone else, you have to mind your own marriage, and that's their marriage. You have your own, and you should focus on your relationship with your husband and not intrude on someone, because at the end of the day, he's monogamously married to someone else. You may be in a religious relationship, but he's monogamously married to another woman. Correct me if I'm wrong there.
Yeah, he is. And so and you're right. You're absolutely right. And so the thing with that is, and this is the subtlety, and I just want to put this up there because this is very important. The reality is that you also want to make sure that you allow yourself to be a fallible human being, right? Allow yourself that, yes, even though you understand the model, you practice the model, understand you don't allow yourself to get in the space of demanding that I not make mistakes, right? Demanding that I don't fall short at times. There will be times when you act in self-helping ways, relationship helping ways, and there will be times when you act in ways that aren't helpful to the relationship, aren't helpful to self, right? The question though is, are you going to then implement the model to pull yourself back, to shift the thinking? But don't allow yourself to get in a space wherein that you demand that you never have fallibility or fall short when it comes to how you are as the first wife, right?
Definitely.
Quick, what do we have? Next one is, do you have any kids?
Yes, I do. I have one at the moment, alhamdulillah. Hence,
Alhamdulillah,
Umm Ihsan.
alhamdulillah, alhamdulillah. Dating is very widespread in our culture. Unfortunately, it's very tempting to do. Agreed. And look, I please anybody that is following this conversation, understand I approach dating and haram relationships from the standpoint of a coach. I'm not an island scholar. I'm not here to judge that. I'm here to point out the discrepancy between what you say you want and what you think feels safe and do. So if you say you want to be in a marriage, you want a practicing Muslim man, then dating isn't in alignment with that.
It's not going to be a recipe for that.
Exactly.
What you're cooking up is not going to result to what you dish out kind of expression, if that makes sense. Because if you go through a route of looking for a relationship with a haram route of life, it's not going to equate to something halal, or rarely will it be the case.
Yeah, I made this video and I made it in a way so that it was very. First of all, let me pause. Salute and thank you to all of you because you guys got the likes up. I really appreciate a brother is pleased. See, I was able to articulate a preference and a desire without a demand, and you guys followed through. Appreciate it. Thank you. I think it's important that we always act in alignment. And I made this video once where I said that, sisters, you can't go the route of allowing a man to be intimate with you before marriage, because 9 times out of 10, I'm gonna give you, sis, all of the women that are listening here, I'm giving you some game. Brothers make me mad that I'm giving this to you. Tell you, if a man is intimate with you before marriage, I promise you within the first 5 minutes afterwards, he's going to have the thought, does she do this with other brothers? That seed of doubt is then going to lead him to say, she's not the one I need to marry. You are then going to be regulated to a woman of convenience. And you'll see that with the amount of time he allocates to you post that. And if you want to take it out on a longer time frame, since here's a real hack. If you're in an intimate relationship, dating, you need to get out of it. But if you choose not to, check back in with me after 3 months. That's typically when that high of a dating relationship wears off. Side note, hack for you sisters. Where are we at? Is it scarcity because of the economy, or is it because many men don't have the personality characteristics of a provider?
That's an interesting question.
Yeah. I think there's always going to be men. No, let me not say always. Yes, I think there are men that have not been raised to be responsible. And I think there that have been raised with a lack of understanding of what the deen requires of them. And I think there's going to be men who have been conditioned, unfortunately, with the reward of dating relationships. And so the thing that I would say to sisters is, regardless of why, once you find out that he's like that, believe him and exit. No need to get upset. But Allah is showing you that this is how he is. What I find oftentimes, unfortunately, is a lot of sisters that I work with, they see the red flags early, but they stay anyway because of the emotional connection. Or they stay because of the fear, the anxiety. Again, thinking produces emotion. The thinking that if they let him go, they may not find another.
I also
Right?
think it's the promises that they receive from the guy himself, that I will give you this. This is our future. You know, the stories that they've been told to by the potential brother, who's not really a potential brother. In fact, he's just delaying the process. If he was serious, there wouldn't be any excuses to begin with.
Yeah. Yeah. But the question, again, I would, the thing that I would add to this, or I would come back to, is oftentimes it's clear. Oftentimes it's really clear. But what I find is, and this is the uncomfortable truth, after sisters get 25 and get closer to 30, they want an exit strategy. And any brother that comes with good words, they'll listen. But the red flags are still there. And the question becomes, why are you ignoring the red flags? And I think a part of that is the thinking that is leading to desperation. At least that's what I find. It's not all cases, please. I don't want to say all cases, but I find that to be common. Entitlement plus feminism plus
God. The typical 40-year-old unmarried childless cat ladies.
D, please, in the comments, are you from the UK? Because I find my brothers in the UK are slick with it. They got a slick tongue. It basically comes down to social proof. If a man is already married and his wife is content, he must be a good man. That's a good point. That's the part of receipts, right? That's what we mean by receipts. It's social proof.
Yeah.
Okay, what do we got? Roger says, "This is beautiful. I think it is good you are involved because sometimes women recognize other women for what they are quicker compared to men who may be a bit blinded by their beauty and charm." Agreed. What are your thoughts on that?
I'm analyzing the last bit, compared to men who may be a bit blinded by their beauty and charms.
Yeah, meaning that sometimes sisters can see the red flags that brothers could see if they weren't blinded by beauty.
And vice versa. Sometimes men can give women a beautiful lie, but say, for instance, if you got your wali involved, men recognize men. They know men each other quite very well. So if you involve your wali from the get-go and he can vet the brother, I think it will limit the amount of men who are time wasters and not ready to commit to you. And the right one will come along because he won't be scared by that at all, because he knows he's serious and what he's willing to offer is on the table. Yeah. And likewise with women who vet for other women for their husbands in the scenario of polygyny.
Yeah. This is a good one. How are you preparing yourself for polygyny?
I think it's a lot of mental work, hence why I'm working on my personal development. And by doing so, I've spoken to a few sisters who are in polygamous marriages in a group chat that I'm on, and I seek advice from them and we support each other. A lot of them are either in a situation like myself who are not in a polygamous marriage yet, but they're looking to be in one, or they're already in one, and I seek support through them, and also through coaches like yourself, working on my jealousy and perception and any issue that might arise in a polygamous marriage. Because I think work should start beforehand, not during the phase when you're in the situation, because it could be a bit more dramatic once you start encountering these issues and you don't have to deal with them. Whereas if you do the work beforehand, it might lessen the reaction.
Yeah, yeah. What's if I know this is kind of on the spot, but what's one lesson learned that you've picked up so far, right? That you would tell
One lesson I learned that I picked up so far,
in
this
terms.
goes back to your model again. I think what I've learned through your model is how to de-escalate the situation. And not only does that apply in terms of working on my jealousy, but in just other aspects of life, in situations where I feel overwhelmed. I analyze the situation, the thought process that are behind the emotion, try and de-escalate it, and then it lessens the anxiety to concern.
Mhm. Says you sound like you have had a great teacher with this. Ooh, that was exceptional. You broke it down. I need to retire. You got it. MashaAllah. MashaAllah. Okay. What would be your ideal polygamous situation look like?
That's a really good question. I would say someone, because I have a child, I would ideally want someone to embrace my child as if it's her own. And likewise, I would do the same for her. And throughout her journey through marriage, I want to be a support system for her. Um, and I hope that will be reciprocated as well. And someone who loves my husband just as much as I do, and respects him and honors him and listens to him and treats him like a leader because he proven himself to be one. And yeah, obviously there'll be issues here and there, but it's just how you deal with that. If there's emotional intelligence, emotional maturity in that aspect of how to deal with the situations when they come up, and take it from there.
Yeah. Has that shifted over this time in terms of what your ideal would look like?
Um,
Like, has it shifted in terms of when you go through this process of meeting different potential?
mm,
Does it shift?
Not so much. I think the big factor for me is because there's a child involved now. Initially, I was willing to make compromises. Well, it's a compromise to share my husband in the first place, but also to, if, say, for instance, the potential sister wasn't willing to have that sisterly bond with me, the co-wife relationship that I have an ideal in my head that I would ideally want to have. I was willing to make that compromise if there's a big aspect of compatibility between my husband and a potential sister, and they click it off, they're really happy. I'll be willing to make that compromise if she didn't want that relationship, but just be, respectful when we do encounter each other. Then yeah, I would shift my ideal for that, for my husband and for her to be happy.
Yeah. It's this is I really appreciate you taking this time to have this conversation.
No
Uh,
problem.
if there's no way to convince your current wife about polygamy, should he leave her and start over?
Oh, that's a tricky one, but I don't think so. I don't think that's a grounds to leave someone. I think you should bring it up to your wife. It's like in another situation when you do dawa, the hardest way to do it is with your family members rather than the public or strangers. You just have to be persistent with it. And I don't know. What are your thoughts on that, to be honest, brother Nasir?
Yeah. As always, I always take it back to the model.
Mm,
The model here would be that you're placing a demand that the person, your wife, must get it in a certain time, right? Like she has to get it on your watch, right? And I don't know if that's a healthy way to go about it,
Yeah,
right?
I
Because
absolutely agree.
yeah, so I can wish and prefer that my wife understand my desire for polygyny, but it's not constructive to demand that she get it and that she must get it in this time frame, right? Because that's only going to lead me to upsetting myself because I've created this demand. And the reality is, she doesn't have to get it.
Mm,
And this is the other thing. We also don't want to awfulize about her not getting it, right? When it's 100% bad, it's like it's terrible that she's not getting it. The reality is, she may not get it. It's unfortunate, but it's not bad. It's not the end of the world.
mm,
Let's keep it in perspective. And the reality is, the next thing that the model says is, you know, frustration tolerance. Make sure you don't start going down the route of she must understand my reasoning for polygyny, and it's terrible that she's not, and I can't stand it.
mm,
Right? That line of thinking is going to lead to anger. It's going to lead to anxiety. It's going to lead to depression because it's extreme thinking. Right? So what I would say is, I would step back from creating a demand that she must get it in a certain time frame.
mm,
And I would also question, though, are you also placing the responsibility on her? Because the reality is, you don't have to have her approval. It would be nice, but you don't have to have it. And so I would look at the totality of the relationship, right? What is the cost of moving forward with polygyny? What is the potential that I might lose with that? What is the cost?
mm,
And what is the cost of me not engaging in polygyny? Right? I can't really answer because I don't know the full details in terms
mm,
of why you want to pursue polygyny. I think that's an important question. And if it's just, and so this, let me be very clear. The reality is, and this is going to upset a lot of people. The reality is, a man can engage in polygyny just for his lower desires if he wants. There's nothing in the deen that says he cannot, that is haram if he does that. He can. What I would ask a man, though, is it worth it?
mm,
What is the cost of engaging in that, in polygyny, with all of the responsibilities that come with it, just for a desire?
mm,
And what are you going to lose potentially? Or what are you going to fracture potentially just for that? Is it worth it? It may be. If it is for you, then you have your decision. But I would really encourage a brother, one, to seek advice from another brother, elder, or you can come and have a session with me. But really look at what are the costs, because it may not be worth it.
oh, interesting.
Polygyny is a life choice that everyone should do. I
I don't
have
think
my
that's for everyone, to be honest. I know that perhaps majority of men are polygynous by nature, but not everyone is, and it's not going to be everyone's cup of tea. Especially in the society we live in, the installed belief that monogamy and that's it really. That's is just black and white to them in that regards. So it's not for everyone.
Yeah, I agree. I don't think it's something that everyone should do, but I do think it's something that everyone should let go of their demands about,
Mm.
i.e., the demand that other people must view it the way that you view.
Mm.
That's what I think everyone should do, right? Because the thing is, like, sisters, you only hurt yourselves. You only hurt yourselves when you create these demands and start awfulizing about the practice of polygyny, because this is the this is the part that, sisters, side note, the majority of women are not 9s and 10s. The majority are not. The majority are not 8, 9s, and 10s in terms of attraction, 1 to 10. The majority is in that 7 to 4 range. But what I find when you go on social media is the people that are leading discussion about polygyny are the 9s and 10s and the women that are married. They got a warm bed. So my subtle suggestion to the majority of sisters is you need to take back control of this discussion, because you're letting people that have a high probability of getting married and or are married control the discussion. The loudest voice that I hear against polygyny, against this bashing of men, are the 8, 9s, and 10s. And that's like, sis, and who does it hurt? It only hurts the sisters who are, the 7s and belows, right? Sisters
Do you
who
mean
may
in
not,
terms of attraction or like in general aspect?
in terms of purely attraction. I'm just looking purely at attraction, right? Because that's another part I'm going to go to, because the thing I was going to say is for those that are 7 and below, and this is uncomfortable conversation, but those that are 7 and below, please don't think that that is where you're stuck at. Because a woman that is a 5 on an attraction scale can bring herself up to a 3 by being agreeable, by being pleasant, being, and being gentle, and having good culinary skills. You bring that to a marriage, you can then bring yourself up to at least a 7. And the sister, and this is another thing, sisters, brothers know this. It's an unspoken rule amongst us. Most times women that are like a 10 or a 9, they typically have bad attitudes. Not all the cases, but typically they have bad attitudes. And the reason why is they've had privilege throughout society. Society has always kind of broken the rules, has kind of given them things, right? To cut the line or give them an excuse here and that. They've kind of had a preferential treatment. And then unfortunately, not all, but some take that into marriage, and they're very demanding and expect their husband to be as accommodating as the rest of society. That sense of entitlement is born out of that.
I think looks in marriage won't last for long, in personally speaking, because you're stuck. The looks get you through the door, but what makes you stay is your character, your deen, the way you behave with your husband, the way you conduct yourself, and like you mentioned, all the other, the 5, what was it, 5 rules? 5.
Yeah, those things, those other attributes, those are assets. Those are assets. And what often happens is, you can sit down with a 10 or 9, and once she opens her mouth, not all, but sometimes when she opens her mouth, the entitlement just bleeds out. And that lowers the attraction value that a man has for her. So that then places the woman who was a 5, 6, or 7 in the same racing with someone.
Absolutely.
It's important that women know that. So I say that to say, for the majority who are in the 7, the average looking women, don't think that you don't have a chance. You have a strong chance, because more than likely in life, you've had to address those other attributes that are assets to a marriage. You haven't gone through life with this, everything kind of being given to you, and you create this sense of entitlement, right? So that's something just to keep in mind. I don't remember how I got on this topic, but
just the conversation, it just rolls and goes into different tangents.
Oh, I remember now. The reason why I say this, sisters, look, for those sisters that are average in appearance, and there's nothing wrong with being average, but be honest with you, it's important to be realistic about your level of attraction, because that then also allows you to have a realistic view of what type of man you can get. That's important. Like, we got to be realistic here. And so with that being said, though, sisters, you have to make sure that you are vocal in this conversation. Don't allow women that are the 9s and 10s to dominate the conversation, the Fastinishas and all of that. Don't let them dominate the conversation. You have to dominate the conversation, because, and why is this important now? And I'll stop with this point. The reason why that's important is because the 9s and 10s have this negative view of polygyny. And what does that hurt? It hurts the women who are average looking that may not be married by the time they're in their early 30s. And they still will try to hold out, right? Instead of creating or striking a deal with a brother who is a provider, who has deen, that is married, has receipts. Instead of striking the deal, they'll still try to hold out. And that's the part where
You're frozen. Is that the case for everyone else? Do you see Brother Nasir moving or talking? Or is it just me?
it went out for a moment. Can you hear me?
Oh, yeah, I can hear you now. I can see you now.
Any thoughts on that little tangent that I went on? I know I went everywhere.
Yeah, before you cut off, I do agree. It's a concept that I never heard of before, so I'm still digesting the sisters who are 9 or 10 and the sisters who are 5 or 6, and how they can bring themselves up by their qualities and attributes. But I think that also applies to brothers as well, who seek attractive sisters. It's not, looks are not everything. You need to make an informed decision about the person as a whole, because I feel like some brothers who also might be a 5 or a 6 and they want a 10 are not being really realistic, because the 10s want a 10 or a 9 want a 9.
Yeah. And so this is a woman that is 5 but brings him peace, a woman that is a 10 but a headache. Brothers know.
What do you want long
It's,
term?
yeah. And sisters, I'm telling you, I'm giving you the insight of how brothers think. And I'm telling you, yes, attraction is important, but we also look for those other attributes. Can you bring peace of mind in the home? Right? What's the next one we have here? Would you recommend the incoming sister to have some counseling before the marriage, or at least in the beginning stages of the marriage? What are your thoughts?
I think it's important for both first wife, initial wife, and second wife to seek support and or CBT therapy or coaching, because each individual has their own struggles with polygyny. So with the initial wife is being that she has to share her husband, she has to sacrifice her time. And perhaps for the incoming wife, being the second wife, it could be that she's comparing herself to the first wife in terms of they have a vast, memories and experience together and years of marriage, and perhaps they have a kid. I can't come and can compare to her. And the other wife can be like, well, she's new. She could be, she has a clean slate of experience with someone. She gets to build these experiences with him. I'm old, new. So it's easier to compare with each other and think of each other as someone to compete with. So I think it's healthy to seek support through some counseling, to be honest.
Yeah. So look, I'm biased. My bias, I'm biased, and my bias is I believe that there should be premarital counseling coaching, period. And I think that's important because there needs to be understanding of how to regulate our thinking and emotions. I think that's critical. And so I think coming in both the husband and the wife and the potential wife coming in, having those sessions are important. It's important because you need to understand how is a person going to deal with their emotions. For example, you need to know if she thinks that you are responsible for her happiness. And if she thinks that, I think that's a red flag, right? She needs to understand, as you do as a man, need to understand that you're responsible for your own happiness. You're responsible for the emotions you create due to the thinking you have. And thus understand how to regulate that, how to adjust it, how to change it. I think that's an important thing. And you learn that through a model. Right? I think that's what I think. That's why it's beneficial to engage in the process of getting help prior to marriage. So I would encourage any brother that is looking to take a second wife, and even for the first, I think they should do a joint session between the two of them. And I think with any incoming wife, I think a brother should have pay for a session for coaching or counseling. I think that would be critical. Critical. I would say for brothers to look at it as this is an investment in and the home that you have already created, and also what you want to build with this next woman, because you want to make sure that there's another outside ear vetting to make sure that you're making a sound decision, because you're about to give resources to this other woman. Right? Resources in terms of your time, energy, attention, and your money. You want to make sure that you're making a wise choice, because if not, you're wasting the things that you can't get back, which is time. Right? That's your most important resource. Where are we at? Any thoughts on that?
I agree. I think each individual in marriage, being the initial wife, the husband, and the incoming wife, should all either individually seek support or all together, or just the wife and the husband together, just to make that solid decision in what you're making, because that's going to be long term, and the consequences of not seeking support and having someone from the outside looking in who can give an informed advice and constructive criticism can benefit you. And if you don't do that, there can be consequences, really.
Yeah. Hudra says, is it not just attraction but also age? Yes, age. There's so many variables, and this is why I say when it comes to age, you have to get in control of the narrative and not allow sisters that are the 9s and 10s and or those that are married dominate the conversation, because polygyny definitely aids sisters who are older. Right? That's just a reality, because brothers who are mid-30s, most, not all, brothers that are in their early 30s, mid-30s, and have been putting in the work, and they're in a good place financially, they're looking younger. They're looking 5 to 10 years younger. And the reality is their mothers are encouraging it as well. Right? Because you better believe, if a brother is 35, never married, just finished medical school, and is working 3 years working now and looking to get married, his mother is going to encourage him to either get someone from back home or get someone who's in her early 20s. Tell me if you think I'm lying. If I'm lying,
This is the situation, and that's the reality of what we're dealing with in terms of brothers looking for someone younger. I don't know where that stems from. Perhaps one of the reasons could be, the biology of a woman and the biology of a man. A man can reproduce up until whatever age, into elderly age, whereas a woman, you have a limited time, and as you get older, your chances of having a child is lesser than someone who's younger. So I think that comes into play, perhaps.
Yeah, it definitely does. And I think that's an uncomfortable reality for a lot of sisters to hear. very uncomfortable reality, right? But I think it's an important one. So, question for you. I don't want to take up too much more of your time. I put the call-in link for those of you that are in the comments. If you want to come on and you want to ask any questions, or share any perspectives, if you're in a polygamous relationship, feel free. So, question for you though: how do you plan to handle, or question? If you can share this if you want, if not, it's okay.
Okay.
Does your family know about your mindset? And if so, how have you navigated that?
Unfortunately, they aren't aware of my mindset. I feel like it's something I personally want to bring up once the situation occurs. It may be a shock value, but I feel like if it hasn't come into reality, there's no point bringing on that additional headache for myself. I think once it's a reality, I will deal with it as it comes along.
Okay.
What would your advice be regarding that? I'm curious to know.
Yeah. So I think I would look at it on a case-by-case scenario, meaning if there are relatives that you know have a healthy mindset and a healthy approach to things that are not in alignment with the culture, but are in alignment with the deen, family members that have that level-headedness, then I would begin with them. But I definitely, I like what you're saying. I would not bring it up until it's time, right? Because the reality is you and your husband can have the best of intentions. You can have the best of intentions, but no sister signs up. Right? No sister, you got a lot of sisters, and the reality is, given the work that liberalism and feminism has done, you may not find, and your husband may not find a sister. That's a reality. And may Allah reward you for the intentions, right? These are based off intention. So may Allah reward you and your husband for the intention. But the reality is it may never happen, right? So I don't think it's important to bring family into this. You both are adults. I don't think it's important for you to bring family into this until it's actually really a potential reality, right? I think it might bring undue stress because oftentimes family can be very demanding about how you live your life. They want you to stick to the ideal or stick to what won't bring unwarranted attention from the community.
Absolutely. That's very true.
Right? And again, not to belabor the point, but this is the work I do, and that is a subtle demand. Right? The subtle demand is that you must not do anything that is going to cause shame, or you must not do anything that the community by large doesn't agree with. And the reality is, shame is produced by the thinking that we have. We give weight and value to what people think, whereas we can give less weight and value to what people think. Right? That is the responsibility we have. Right?
You just have to feel solid about your decisions and what you're making for your family. And if the outside world agree with it, that's great. If they don't, that's fine as well, because you know what you're doing is best for you. And it's a decision that you make for your home is concerning you and the people within your home. It doesn't concern everyone else, because at the end of the day, they're not going to pay your bills. They're not going to be there for you through thick and thin. They're just going to share their opinion. And when things go good, they'll be like, oh, that's nice, you know. they'll play along with it, but things go bad, then who's going to pick up the pieces, really?
Yeah. And then the other thing is, again, coming back to the model, we don't want to create a demand that family must understand our decision, right?
Absolutely.
Don't create the demand that your family must understand your understanding and vision of polygyny, right? In the same time frame that you want them to. That's a subtle demand, right? And don't create the awfulizing extreme belief that it's terrible that they don't get it right now, right? That's a demand and an extreme belief. Because I believe this, they must believe this. And because they don't believe it, it's terrible. And I can't. That right there is 3 extreme beliefs that's going to produce the anxiety, produce the depression, right?
Absolutely.
That's an important piece when it comes to this, is making sure, and this is why I suggest doing the work, the coaching, is because you want to make sure you get in control of the thinking when you approach family. Where it's a standpoint, where it's a perspective of, I'm informing you without demanding that you get it, understand it, and approve of it. I'm just informing you out of respect. Versus I'm telling you, and you better get it, you better understand it. The reality is that's not logical, because they have a different lived experience up to this point where you're now bringing in this information. Your lived experience up until this point, the things you've watched, the things you've read, has been totally different. So it's not logical to demand that they understand and have the understanding that you have at this point, right? Hence, you go to family with a preference. I wish that you understood my reasoning for polygyny, but I understand you don't have to get it right now.
And that's okay.
And that's okay. That's going to produce at most an irritation or annoyance.
Yeah.
Which is, right? The healthy alternative to anger is irritation and annoyance and frustration. That's what you want to experience as you go.
You want to be on the lower scale of the emotional, the scale could be up here. You want to make sure that you accept it, and if they don't, that's fine. And then you just, like you mentioned, feel and experience the lower end of the emotional scale.
Yeah. If you don't mind, I want to bring in Hadra. Can I bring in Hadra?
Yeah, of course.
Okay. Hadra, are you ready? Can you hear us? Hadra, if you're talking, we can't hear you. Assalamu alaikum.
I noticed the unmuted and muted, but the audio is not working for some reason. So it could be a technical issue.
Okay. So Hadra, I'm going to take you off and just ask another question. Hadra, when you get a chance, come right back on. And any other sister that wants to come on, the link is in the comments. Let's take this next one. Are there any attributes, assets you'd want your co-wife to have? Did you choose this with an intention of adding something in particular to your home? Or was it just one out of mercy for other sisters? Look, let me say this, please. Let me say this. This is an exceptional question that I butchered. So I'm going to read this again. Because I'm going to make sure I cut this, because this is such an excellent question. So let me read this again. Are there any attributes, assets you want your co-wife to have? Did you choose this with the intention of adding something in particular to your home? Or was it just out of mercy for other sisters?
It's a very good question. Should I answer it?
I think you should. You better than I.
I never went into announcing my thoughts and feelings and opinion about polygyny to my husband with the idea that I want someone with certain qualities and attributes as a co-wife to enter our home. That was never in my mindset to begin with. It was, I don't want to sound like I'm some angel who wants to have mercy on another sister. But that was really the most of the case for me, and that I would want something that I have for someone else to have as well. Because you should love for yourself what you, or however the saying goes, you should love for your sister what you love for yourself. And I just try and visualize myself in her position, because everyone is a human being. They require love, attention. We are social creatures that require compassion, love, tenderness, and everything along those lines. And if they're not having that, it's going to impact them in a negative way. And I just have so much care for my sisters in Islam, to the point where obviously you can only marry up to 4, and realistically you can't marry everyone. But if you can fill that void in someone, then inshallah I get rewarded for that.
Yeah, I think that's a noble intention, and I think, I know you may not want to come off that way, but I would say to you, given the work that I do, we need more sisters that view it as you do, because there's a lot of sisters that are alone.
I saw a comment from her. I think it's a sister named Hajira. She wants to be added back on.
Let me add her in here. Okay. Hadra, are you ready? Can you hear us?
I think there's a technical issue still.
Yeah, it's Hadra. This is on your side because you're unmuted from our end. Yeah,
there's a mute. Yeah, maybe it'll work now.
So try it now, because it says that you're unmuted. Maybe turn up your mic. I'm not sure. So look, Hadra, we're gonna take the next question. Continue to try. We're here. Continue to try. Okay. Let me. What was the next one? Where are we at? How have you prepared your children, if you have any, or how will you, and what stage before or after marriage?
That's a good question also. I think having a child who's very, very young, I can instill these beliefs that I have, especially from an Islamic perspective, that I would ideally want my child to adopt for themselves. So inshallah, I intend to explain the reasoning behind it, the Islamic practices before, modern times and feminism and, being woke. And hopefully, obviously there'll be outsiders who will intrude on the beliefs that we have and share their thoughts and demands, and, that they have ideals for us to be. Like, if you don't fit the mold in terms of you don't fit. Oh, someone made a comment.
That's a comment that I sent to you.
Oh, sorry. Got distracted. Where was I? I can't remember where I was. I think
you were saying, you were talking about the larger society, and the larger society having an influence and an impact.
Yeah, they have a big influence, and I feel like if you don't fit the mold of what they ideally want you to be, you'll be outcasted in some sense. And I think as an individual, you should be solid in what your beliefs and what you believe in. And if you're solid in that, it doesn't matter how people perceive you to be and how they treat you, because you're happy with who you are and what you believe in. And I think that's how I would like to prepare my child, especially with polygyny. I would teach them the values of it and the benefits of it, and hopefully instill those beliefs that I have with my child as well.
Mm-hmm.
And inshallah they adopt that as well, because it's a good thing to have rather than a negative. And I'll be supportive if time goes around and my child wants that for themselves.
Yeah, I think it's needed. Like I said earlier, like I think, I know you don't want to view yourself a certain way, but I'm telling you from what I've seen with the sisters that I know, that I work with, they're lonely and they're hurting. They're desiring companionship. The two things that I see that women who are in their 30s, mid 30s and older that are not married, the two things that I hear most from them is not even the financial piece. It's
They're
companionship.
solid in that ground.
Yeah, it's
in most cases.
Yeah, it's companionship and intimacy. Those are the two things that are most desired. Right?
Yeah,
Not
absolutely.
important, but I hear more from women that are willing to make compromises on the financial piece if they can have companionship. So I have a brother that wants to come on. Are you okay if I bring a brother
Yeah,
on?
absolutely. That's fine.
Seth,
Seth.
Assalamu alaikum.
Walaikum salam. I'm familiar with you with other previous lives that you've done with Coach Nasir and Nasir and previous other ones. But you don't know me.
I don't. But nice to meet you.
You too, brother.
Yeah, I was in a meeting earlier, so I don't know what the topic is. But just from the context of what you said in the 15 minutes that I've been on, I assume we're talking about polygyny and your experience with it.
Yeah.
So you're currently in it now.
I'm not in one, but I support my husband fully to seek another potential wife, and hopefully, inshallah, if Allah wills, he gets married to another wife.
Okay.
So Seth, quick background. The context in this is they went into marriage not even thinking about polygyny, and then Umm Ihsan has on her own, learned some things and explored polygyny, and then her mindset around polygyny shifted, and whereas that is something that she would like her husband to practice because she values him and believes that he is that caliber of a man, and she brought it to him.
So okay, so I got some strong opinions about that. Let
Go
me just
for it.
so I think and Nasir,
hold on. Steph. Since you're younger, and I know you remember your thought, for those of you that are listening in the comments, please like the video.
Oh, God.
It's not a demand. It's just a wish. It's a preference. Just like, because I know my man Seth is about to give some jewels.
Yeah. So
that's coffee.
So I think you mentioned a lot of things. For you to have that type of relationship with your husband, I think the one thing that I would strongly recommend sisters, and I have 7 nieces. One of my nieces, actually 2 of my nieces just got married, and one of the things I drilled into their head is that 3 things you need to have for your husband, which it appears you have, and that's going to create the proper dynamic to discuss not only handle monogamy, because that's hard enough, but let alone polygyny. And that is trust, respect, and admiration. And those things have to be earned. So
of course.
Now one word that I purposely did not mention is love, because love is free. Okay. And the analogy or the example would be children, right? Your children may love you, but if they don't clean their room or do their homework or do their chores, that means they don't respect you. So love is something that is innate and is a natural feeling and doesn't require any effort. But trust, respect, admiration does. And so,
of course.
It appears to me that in Western culture, pretty much all that is required for most people to marry or have sex is connection and attraction.
But there's more to it, because
exactly that's not
over time. And what are you left with?
Right, because then what happens is adversity hits, and adversity doesn't build character, it reveals it. And if you haven't established the trust, respect, and admiration, then you're going to start second guessing him. You're going to question his motives. Does he love me? All that kind of things. And so I always recommend for women that don't even marry a guy if you don't trust, admire, and respect them. And in Western world, those things, if you look at the trust, there may be some trauma where a woman may be incapable of really giving a man a chance to even show that. You know,
that's true.
The admiration component of it, you know, depending on your relationship, a lot of times with your father or other male figures in your life, you may not even think a man is worthy of admiration. You know, there's a very combative nature that some women have with men because they don't even think that men can be to that space. So then, and then the respect component, a lot of times women, because of Western influence, they disrespect men without even knowing it. And so these are type of things that, in my opinion, impact why we have a high divorce rate in America. But more importantly, we have a very low marriage rate. People don't even want to get married because of those things. And so, and quite frankly, I think a lot of men, I'm just going to be frank because I've talked about this, they don't even deserve respect, trust, and admiration by how they move. So to your point, I feel very sorry for a lot of sisters because I got sisters that I'm trying to get married and it's slim pickings.
And you mentioned, I quoted you, by the way, that a lot of the men who are marriage material are already married.
Yeah, that's just a fact. You know, like the men, yeah, all the good guys are taken. So, and the what a law has prescribed for us is really a solution to a world problem. I saw a report that there was what percentage of men do you think in America are above the height of 5'10", make $70,000 and are unmarried? What percentage of men do you think like that are in America? Just take a guess.
Should I give a figure or just
take a guess?
10%?
What percentage of men?
10%?
So you want to take a guess?
Where you might know the statistics on this then.
I know the answer, but what do you think, Nasir? 5'10", $70,000 and unmarried.
Seth, I'm gonna have to be real with you. I may have went to Columbia, but I might have some little bit of ADHD because that hardcore flex you got going back there, the cat.
Oh yeah, the cat, your cat. I wanted to say something.
Oh, you could. Okay, yeah, she's a showstopper. Yeah,
showstopper. Yeah, you know what I mean? Because what's the name of that type of cat? What is it?
That's a Bangle cat. It's a snow Bangle.
Yeah, snow Bangle. Yeah, I'm sorry. It distracted me. So can you give me the numbers again? Because the snow Bangle.
Okay. It's what percentage?
Snow Bangle in the comments.
Yeah. So, what percentage of men in America are 5'10", make $70,000, and are unmarried?
I would assume a lot, maybe 50-60%.
Oh, okay. Well, I guessed.
How about our guest, Hajra? What do you think?
Can you hear me? Hello?
Yeah, we can hear you fine now.
Oh, wow. I mean, for sure you are one of those men, for sure.
No. I'm just saying. No. I want to support the sister's argument, but what do you think the percentage of men that fit that criteria? 70,000, 5'10", or unmarried?
Just the height alone, I think that most men won't reach that. So let's just say 20%.
Okay. It's 1.5%.
Okay.
1.5%. So to your point, sister, about this is why there are so many women that are single, because you got 1.5% of men that, and we're not even talking about religion. We're not talking about character. We're not talking about baby, how many, maybe they have 4 baby mamas. We're not talking about education. We're not talking about STDs. There's so many other factors, general connection. So you're talking about, and when you see the behavior, what people are doing today, this hookup culture, casual sex, this is why, because, you know, you got 1.5% of men that for most women are eligible. And then if they're not subscribing to that marriage, they're just out there having casual sex, waiting for Mr. Right or Mr. Perfect to come along. So it's a major problem. And as of course, Allah has the solution, but he doesn't force you to use the solution. He keeps the medicine, and is used as you wish. The solution is there, but he doesn't force you to take it.
Do you think that maybe the 9s and 10s are going after that 1.5%?
No, I think 0 through 10 are going after that 0 through 10 are going after that 1.5%. And I think that yes. So what I'm saying is that I feel bad. I really empathize with sisters, because you got so many things working against you. It's a very low quality of men. I mean, I was talking to Nasir and other friends. I don't even have 3 friends in the States. Because I have a lot of my people that I'm close with are either overseas or I'm related to, but I don't even have 3 people who I could give a job reference to that I wouldn't have to coach them up to tell them, hey, don't mess up my bag. You know what I mean? Like, it's that bad. The people that I'm close with are either I'm related to or they work overseas that are eligible. So it's very slim pickings for a lot of sisters out here. So if the idea just to save their chastity, and so they can move on with child rearing, getting closer to God and things of that nature, they're going to have to be open to sharing high quality men.
Hajra, you've waited. Talk to me. What are your thoughts on the topic? What are your thoughts on Ihsan's choice? What
Oh,
is coming up for you?
I just want to say thank you so much, sister, for coming on. This is actually refreshing. Brother Nasser is actually my life coach, so he knows me pretty well. And I even know Seth over here.
Oh wow, small world.
That top
It is a
1.5%.
small
I
world.
know.
It is a small world.
So for me, I've been listening to Brother Nasser's YouTube videos, the live videos, but this is like the first time I really wanted to just come on and thank you, because I was introduced to, I guess, the topic of polygamy maybe 3 years ago, like really to look at it, to understand it, and I've been struggling with it. It is not easy to want to accept in your life as a choice. But what makes this really different is you coming on and basically vouching for your husband, and the fact that he has credibility that by just your word alone just adds so much weight. And I think a lot of men, I apologize, that's work, but a lot of men I'm sorry, a lot of men who come into this table, they don't have that credibility. They just have their mouthpiece. Maybe they're tall. Maybe they have the income. But I think at certain level, unless you maybe get with a younger girl, but at a certain age, women become pickier, even though they shouldn't be. Maybe they should be less picky, and I'm one of them. I've become pickier with age. I am 37 years old, and I think it's harder to still accept it. So for you to come on and tell us this, I just want to really thank you, because maybe if you actually tell us a little bit more about your husband, you might get some candidates listening to this. Go viral.
The reason why I accept polygyny, especially for my husband to find another wife, is because I really, really appreciate the person that he is as a husband, as a person in general, and as a new father to a child. He's just genuinely a really good man, and I know he'll be fair and just. I genuinely believe that. And I feel like he possesses these qualities and attributes as a husband, and he's proven himself to be a good husband. But with me as his wife for a few years that we've been together, and I would want him to be with someone else who can benefit from the type of man that he is.
So
Okay. Sorry. Go ahead, please.
so I have a question. So how would you feel if your husband made a decision from a wife that you wouldn't agree with? Let's just go extreme with it, and let's say he picks Ahl Kitab, and she's I don't know, just the exact opposite of who you are. How would you feel about that?
Do you mean exact opposite in a better sense? Like she's better than me in some aspects? Or what do you mean opposite?
I'm just saying, for instance, like let's say you're fair skinned, she's dark skinned. You're Muslim, she's Christian. I don't know what your height is. Let's say you're short, she's tall. Okay. Just the exact opposite of you, right? How would you feel about that?
To be honest, that doesn't really matter to me. Her skin tone, her height or whatever it may be. One thing I'm concerned about is the dynamic between me and her when we are in the same space, because eventually we will be encountering each other because we share the same husband at times. We will be in the same space and we'll perhaps have to speak to each other and, be cordial. And I put heavy importance on what kind of person she is and how she conducts herself and how she approaches me and how we approach each other. And if we have a good sisterly bond, which would be ideal, if not, at least we have that respect for each other.
Yeah. Well, I would say the reason why I'm asking that and I'm using that extreme is because, naturally, and this is just my personal experience and also women that I've talked to, is that women are very possessive, right?
Yeah. And I was before.
Okay. And I want to know what changed, but before we go into that, I want to make a point that they're possessive and women are more
competitive?
No, the word I'm looking for is vain. Like Maybelline and Mac. There's these people. The makeup industry is $1 billion industry because of women's vanity. And so I say all that to say that when women, and this kind of happened in my family, specifically in the case of my mother, but my mother was my father's second wife, and my father's first wife was a niqabi Muslim, and so my mom was the Afro bell bottoms Christian, like exactly the opposite of what my and that was so that was a major ego shot for my I call her, she's like my second mom. I call her Umi. I call my mom, but that was a major ego shot for Umi because it was like what when women have this idea of polygyny, they feel like they're gonna get like the same version,
mirror of themselves.
Mirror of themselves. So when she got this different version, it was almost like she felt insufficient. And in general, with polygyny in general, women feel that men want another woman because of the deficiency that they have. And it's not the case. And a lot of it comes from men kind of perpetuating that narrative. But the reality is that, men don't necessarily, the reason why men want another wife is primarily because he can. And it's not about better for guys. It's about different.
Yeah.
And so that's just but it's for a woman whose mind is wired to monogamy, and they feel like and especially with women that they align commitment with loyalty. Those two things are one and the same. So they can't understand when a man steps out for another woman. They feel like they've done something wrong. They question that man's commitment in the relationship. Whereas for us, it's just we're wired differently. So that's why I kind of painted that picture. But what changed for you?
I think working on my personal development I had a session with Nasir, and that one session that I had was very constructive, very beneficial in terms of the model that he explained early on in this live. I apply that to my scenario where it comes to jealousy or comparing myself to my future potential co-wife. Is just accepting that this is the situation and de-escalating the situation in terms of the emotional aspect and lowering it to just a concern rather than being very emotional, just descale it down a bit. Yeah.
Well, you mentioned a word.
Can I put a point in there? Like, she worked that model real good. She explained that
Yeah.
real good. And I ain't pay her for this. I mean,
Nope.
so she just came out off the cuff. You ask a question and she just gave you the model like that. Look,
She
I'm
has the
not
blueprint in her
saying
head. Insane.
I'm not saying that y'all need to hit that link that I dropped into one-on-one counseling coaching. I'm not saying you should do that. I'm not putting a demand out there, but it may behoove you to.
Preference.
Yeah, but you mentioned something that you mentioned a word that I'm really keen to, and I got some advice from a old family friend who he was married for 52 years, and he recently lost his wife
I'm sorry.
about 6 months
I'm
ago.
gonna do
But he said that being married is the highest form of unselfishness that human beings can display, because you're in a committed relationship with somebody that you have to put your needs above your own. And the major thing that I find that should go into all relationships is personal development. And you hit on it. Like, if the goal is not going to be personal development, it's not a matter of if it's going to fail, it's when. Because that's the purpose of our existence, specifically personal development through the closeness of God. So, and sometimes people are just, depending on their level of consciousness or their level of needs, some people ain't there. Some people are just like, look, I'm starving, I need money, or you know what, I need companionship so bad that I'll settle for, everybody's at their own level, and you got to come to where they are. But ultimately, adversity is going to happen, and it's going to reveal what you're
really
made
are.
of, really are. And if personal development is not the top of the list, it's just not worth staying in. A relationship is just not worth staying in if any other needs other than personal development, because it's just, those things are going to, everything else is going to, go to pass. So
I got
that's
a
really.
comment. It says Seth and Nasir, you got a spot open for a UD brother in your circle of friends, bars.
Does it mean come on the live or just be in your social network? I have no idea.
I'm not sure. Please clarify, and we can give you an answer to that. For Maryum, I know you're waiting in the backstage, but it says that the device is not connected, so you have to connect your device where I can bring you on. One of the things that I would point out, and Hudra, I want to hear your thoughts as well after this, is one of the things that I find that I think is a key, a bit of nuance in this whole discussion when it comes to polygyny and relationships, is that women are loyal to their feelings and men are loyal to duty and responsibility. Right? And depending on how you make a woman feel, I think it can have some relationship to how she will accept and or not accept polygyny, and or how she will be tolerant of it. And I think also when it comes to women not understanding how men can engage in polygynous dynamic, it's because again the loyalty is to duty, right? Like, as long as I'm providing and taking care of you, and I know that I can do it for someone else, then I haven't broke the duty. I haven't broken the obligation to my responsibility. And so for men, even, and I know this doesn't fit with the normative view, but even when a man doesn't feel like he is getting his due rights, he'll still remain loyal to providing, to being responsible, right? To maintenance. Again, because for men, it's a duty to, it's loyalty to the duty. Whereas again, you'll find with women, once the feeling is gone, she already jumping to the next monkey branch, right? Like, there's someone on the back burner, and now that person is moved to the front. Feelings.
Yeah.
Hence, this is a stretch. This is a stretch, and I could be completely wrong. So all of the alims, don't come at me. And let me stop what I'm going to say. I would just say, I think of I think there's obviously a wisdom, and I think there's something to be said that the wali for a woman is a man, and it continues to go to other men. To my knowledge, it never goes to a woman. So if the father is not following the dean, legally the woman can then go and get, I think it goes to the grandfather or uncle. But it constantly goes down to men. It does not go to a woman.
Mm-hmm.
And I think there's something to be said for that. What it means, I don't know. But what I know from
Well,
my practice and experience is oftentimes women lead with emotion. They lead with how they feel because there is that loyalty to how they feel. That's my thoughts. That's my 2 cents.
Can I ask you something? I guess maybe in relation to this statement or question that you're making. Do you think it's a responsibility of a man to make a woman feel secure in their committed relationship in whatever capacity, but secure?
who are you
Yeah.
at?
Go ahead. What did you say, Seth?
No, okay. I didn't know who was directing that question to.
Oh,
You go. I can jump
sure.
in.
Okay. I think, in my personal opinion, absolutely. I think because it's a very difficult task, it's a tall order, but I think that the platform of marriage, based on how it's described in the Quran, is that it's designed to put women in their feminine and put men in their masculine. So when the law says men, a lot of times women want traditional men. They want a man to provide, protect, lead. They want these things, but they don't want to be traditional women where they want to support and share their man. So that's the problem. Because if I meet a woman who is going to support, admire, trust, and respect me, and is willing and has that much admiration when she's willing to share me, I'm going to feel that's going to make me make more money. That's going to make me more my masculine, and that's going to make me love my wife even more versus holding me back, being possessive, not being supportive, being combative. And alternatively, for a man, it's the same way. If I can lighten your load, help you with decision making, that's going to put you more in your feminine, which is going to make you more pleasant. It's going to make you more sure of yourself. So I think the whole institution of marriage, the way it's constructed by God, is to make women feel more feminine and men feel more masculine. But I think we've adopted a Western concept of marriage where the women get into the relationship and their loads really aren't really that light and that much. So it was like, why do it? And then the men, he goes into a relationship and he feels trapped. So he doesn't feel really masculine either. So it's like, what's the point in doing it? And so that's why people just rather just stay single and play in the open market. But I think it's both people's responsibility to make each other feel comfortable.
So let's say this, polygamous route is something that is, does make a woman feel insecure in some capacity, right? So if a woman chooses that, like, okay, I'll be okay with that, or I would accept that, let's just say, then I think what I'm asking is it a man's job? Because one thing I do like is your Seth, your differentiation between commitment and loyalty. I think that's a really nice way to differentiate, because I think if you forget loyalty, right? Like in Islam, what we consider loyal is very different than like the regular Western world, right? So loyalty within halal marriage is not one woman, it's can be multiple women. So in a committed relationship, forget the loyalty part, right? Committed relationship, is it a man's job to make the woman feel secure?
Yes.
I think
that security could mean something to that woman, right? So that security could mean different things for that woman compared to what you think.
Yeah, I mean that could be emotional security. Go ahead. Sorry.
This would be my pushback, though, and I think Farouk, or I'm sorry, Furqan. Apologies, brother, if I butchered your name. I think that's the nuance. The nuance for me, though, is what exactly is she insecure about?
Okay.
And
the caveat here in terms of there's a balance. Both are I don't know if I would put responsibility in there for a man. My own personal, I wouldn't say he's responsible, but I think it would the word of today is behoove. It would behoove him to be there to assist her in feeling secure.
Well, let me push back on that, Nasir. If you're going to make that man's, if you're going to make it's twofold, because I agree with Hydra where it's the man's responsibility, but just like the Quran says, anything a man's responsible for, he has autonomy with. So if you're going to make that a responsibility, then you have to trust, admire, and respect him enough to allow him to protect you, to allow him to provide you with that guidance. Because if you don't, it's kind of like, if it's like a coach, when like in your profession now, so like when people pay for you, they go into it with the understanding that they paid you money, so you have a responsibility to guide them. And then on their end, they're basically giving you the trust and respect and admiration of autonomy to help them through it. But what a lot of times is that, women may put the responsibility on the man, but they're not willing to give that trust, admiration, and respect to be able to, because that man hasn't earned it. I'm not saying they're not giving it. You can't just give any man respect, trust, and admiration. They have to earn it. But before you can make a man responsible for changing your mood, you have to give him enough of your trust in order to allow him to do it, if that makes sense.
The only.
Can I chime in?
Yeah, please jump.
I kind of give and take from both of you, Seth and Nasir, in terms of what you said. I feel like in some sense the husband or whoever it is should take that responsibility to help you with your insecurities, but you as a person should learn how to cope with that and adopt what he's saying and to work on that on yourself, because you can't put that whole responsibility of him taking accountability for your issues. You have to take accountability for yourself. That's all.
I mean, 100%. So I agree with that. I think I'm more even speaking in concern of the first wife, right? The second wife steps into this knowing what it is, okay? And I think in some aspect she's more secure, and the first wife might not be, might feel some type of, maybe not feel some type of way. So let's talk specifically about you. I think that it is really awesome that you would be involved in picking the second wife, because you could kind of, judge if would be the right fit for your family. But what I'm talking about is a man's responsibility to make sure that you're also secure in the relationship you and him have. It's not really about insecurities. I'm talking about a woman going into this and the first wife going into this, having some level of emotional maturity, hopefully getting some counseling done. And, you're caught up. You're not an insecure woman and she's not an insecure woman. Just a situation to make it smooth. And I think that falls onto the man to make sure that he makes her feel secure in that relationship.
I think the point that I would make, and Maryum, I know you're there. I would love to
add. I'm so sorry, brother. I'm going to add one more thing. So let's say another wife comes into play. Now, the money that the money that was coming into your house, that was for you and your family. Now he is bringing on an additional person and an additional responsibility with children. Now that money will be divided, right? So these little things will start adding up where you have to share not just your man, but many things that came in before that maybe you had abundance of, but now you don't.
Yeah. So that's a good point. And I would make that same argument, is that if it's just you and him together and then you bring on a child, that's going to require an adjustment, whether it be time, whether it be
your child. You gave birth to that child.
I know, but I know, but I'm just I'm providing you what happens in a lot of relationships, and specifically in the West, from what people tell me, is that when a child enters the relationship, women oftentimes, maybe they're not as, I know this is a PG friendly show. The bedroom slows down. The intimacy falls away. The children, sleep in the bed, whereas it used to just be you and him in the bed. Now the child's in the bed in the middle. So there's an adjustment period. Obviously, time, finances, all those things. So anytime you add an addition to the family, whether it be a wife or a child, there's always going to be an adjustment period. It's just a matter of, in my opinion, women should, if the goal is personal development, which I think that's the only reason why I would, getting married in the first place. If that's the primary goal and the person you're with, you feel like can help you along your personal development, then I think that you'll be willing to make those sacrifices. And I think anything else, typically, if you have other ulterior motives as far as your primary goals, it just ain't gonna work, because you're gonna be like, why am I doing this? I don't want to share you. Your own personal vain desires are going to take over, or your feelings, depending on, whatever is your vice.
Quick point I would make, and Maryum, I know you're there. I want to hear what you have to say. I think it's important to tease out what you mean by insecurity, because if you're talking about financial insecurity, then I do agree that it is his responsibility to make you feel secure. Teachable moment, if you guys don't mind, on my show. Typically in life, we have practical issues, and practical issues, we then create emotional issues. Mm-hmm. And so that's why when a coach or counselor is working with you, they will offer to you, or you'll choose, do we want to do the practical issue first, or do we want to deal with the emotional issue? Oftentimes, the best thing to start with is the emotional issue, right? Because if you change the emotional issue, which is essentially changing the thinking, you'll be able to address the practical in a more constructive way. Why do I say that? If the practical issue is the financial insecurity, yes, it is his responsibility to make you feel comfortable. However, if you've created anxiety around the practical, i.e. financial insecurity, that's on you to address. Okay. Because the anxiety is produced from the narrative you created about the insecurity around finances. Because what you could have created was a different narrative that then would produce the concern, and thus better places you in a position to problem solve around the practical issue, right? And so I agree. Practically speaking, he should make you feel secure. He should do his due diligence to make you feel secure. But if along with that, you've created anxiety around this issue of financial insecurity, that's on you to address. Can he help you? Would it be beneficial? Yes. And here's the last point. And then, Maryum, I would love to hear what you have to say, or Umm Ihsan. Here's the last point about that. The reason why you want to take that accountability and responsibility is because if you don't, you'll start conditioning yourself to place your emotional destiny in the hands of someone else.
Facts.
And in life, you never want to place your emotional destiny in the hands of someone else, because what that then means is how he feels when he gets up is going to determine how you feel. How he feels when he get off work and he's dealt with his angry, backed up boss for 7 hours of the day is going to determine how you feel once he gets home. You're going to be the puppet and he's the puppeteer. So the best thing to do is always take ownership for the emotions you create. And the emotion you want to create when there's financial insecurity is concern. And then concern, you can problem solve and be assertive with respectful tone and diction. When there's anxiety, you're more than likely going to speak in a manner that's not respectful in tone and diction, and or you're going to bring it up in the wrong time. Remember, there's the reality of the right time and the right place for everything.
Okay.
When you have anxiety, that it's more than likely going to produce bringing it up at the wrong time. That's just my thoughts.
Let me find out you weren't out there cheating when you was in Colombia. Let me find out you was actually reading and not Cliff Books and Cliff noting it. Let me find out that you was paying attention.
I was in the books. Yeah, I was reading. Yeah. But with that being said, Maryum, I know you are there. Any thoughts you want to share?
Assalamu alaikum.
Walaikum
Salam.
salam.
Oh, okay. All right, I'm finally in. Alhamdulillah. It's very interesting topic, Sister Ihsan. This is a very brave move from your end. It's not something that we find happening in the West, especially. And I'm coming in from the perspective of someone that is a product of polygamy myself. I grew up in Africa, and part of Africa I come from is very common. Polygamy is very common. My dad has 3 wives. I have over 20 siblings. Wow. Alhamdulillah. I'm so pleased to be part of a very large family. And at some point, I was wishing for my children to have that, but it never happened. And then also, my mom was the second. May Allah have mercy on their souls, both of them. So for me now, being a single mom, I've been a lone parent for quite some time, and I've already kind of established myself and my children. So having that perspective of polygamous background and seeing what's happening within my family, especially, I've seen the good. I would say I've seen the good, the bad, and the ugly of polygamy. Because apart from my father having 3 wives, I have uncles, aunties that are in polygamy. Even now, I have sisters that are in polygamy, in polygamous marriages. So it sometimes concerns me whether it's a good thing. But then now, where I am now, I think I've come to terms with the fact that, well, I have responsibility for my children. I have my job that I have my job, I have my career, and things I'm doing for the sake of my children. I think it wouldn't be fair for me to marry somebody that is single, because I wouldn't, for me personally, I wouldn't think I'll be available 100% with that man. So I feel like being in a polygamy, like going in as a second or third wife, would be more sensible. I'll be able to give my husband, I'll be able to give him his own time when he's with me, give him the attention that he deserves, and then when he's gone, I get on to do my things, and then I get on to spend time with my children as well, and do the normal thing that I usually do. So I think sometimes we have to look at ourselves first of all, and what is it we want in a marriage? Do we want full-time commitment? Do we want because there sometimes young girls, they are married, but then they still don't give attention to their husbands. And generally men, they so especially when they marry young girls, they believe that they want that attention from a younger person. So and then some girls, they just have attention, they spend time on other things like social media or hang around with friends. So I think for them, if they are open to polygamy, it will give them that space to do their thing, I think, if in a healthy way, while also giving him time when he's with them. So I think that's one of the things. I had other things to mention, but while I was listening to the session, I think it has been addressed already.
Well, can I comment on something that you said, sister? That first of all, alhamdulillah, a huge family, and yeah, that's amazing. But you touched on something I think is just phenomenal, and very brave of you to admit, specifically from a woman, is that I find specifically in the West that most women just have the exact same mentality, and at least you're honest with yourself. If you look at women in the West, I don't know where I think you said your family's from Africa, but I don't know where you live now. But most women,
yeah, I live in the UK.
Okay, so most women in America, they don't want to cook. They don't they have other priorities, whether it be careers, maybe their children, and they want to give a man 25% of themselves. And that's where I think you were very honest with your answer, where the wife role is a full-time job. And a lot of women don't want to do it. They want the title, they don't want the responsibility. And I think that this concept of polygyny is perfect for women like yourselves, where you're honest with yourself, where, you know what, I don't want to have to support a man 100%. Maybe I want to support him 25%. Maybe I have other interests, but I want that companionship. I want that connection. And that's perfect. And I think that's what most women in America, regardless of faith, are pretty much willing to give a man, just because of our society.
Can I ask you a question, Seth? Can I interject just about that point? So if she's investing, let's say 25%, 50% of her time. So let's say because he has other wives as well. So it's not just because she wants to, but that's the dynamic of the relationship. Does that mean is he financially providing her 25 and 50% of the time? Or
That's a good question. You know, I think that it all depends on what's negotiated and what's fair. I think you have to go into a relationship in good faith to find out, like, are you, you know, what's the reality? So if you're putting, like, the way I would put it to answer your question is, it's everything's negotiable. So if I had a choice, if I wanted to get in shape, if the primary goal was me getting in shape, and I had a choice between sharing Dwayne Rock Johnson as my personal trainer twice a week versus having Chris Rock, the skinny comedian, every single day, I'm going to share the Dwayne Rock, because that's going to give me the best results, right? Especially if I know I'm not a gym goer every day. I don't want to put the time in. So everybody is different. I think it's negotiable. You got to factor in the fact that lifestyle, there's just a lot of factors. How much can you afford? But I would just advise women in general that trust the guy that you respect, admire, and trust. Respect, admire, and trust should be top priority. Money's going to come and go. Circumstances are going to change. And usually if you have respect, trust, and admire, the guy's doing pretty well. He probably had leadership, but I can't give you a blanket answer, Hydra.
So the blanket answer that I would give, and what I encourage sisters that I work with to do. So it's interesting. I had a conversation with my wife this morning after I had a session, and I was telling her, when sisters reach out to me for matchmaking, and this is good for anybody who reaches out. If you reach out for matchmaking, not the coaching 101, but if you reach out for matchmaking, I do ask you to rate yourself. Scale of 1 to 10. What do you rate yourself? And when I was having a conversation with my wife, what I said to her is, the reason why I do this is it allows me to know if a sister is delusional or not. And if she's delusional, then that means I need to work on that first to get her down to reality. Because then once she's in reality, she can have a realistic perspective about the type of man she qualifies for, right? Because if she's not in a state of reality, she's going to have a delusion about the type of man she can get and also what she needs to bring to the table. So one of the first things I do in the conversation, I think very smoothly, but that'll be up to the people who do matchmaking to tell me, is we get that rating of where she thinks she's at, and I tell her if I think she's in the ballpark or not. Why do we do this? The point is, you have to be realistic about the type of man you can get. And I tell sisters, with that, you need to make deals. Let's be realistic here. There's a certain quality of man that you can gain commitment from. Not connection, not a convenient time, but commitment in terms of marriage. For that type of man, the goal is commitment with someone that you're compatible with. You need to figure out realistically what is the type of deal you need to cut. Because, and this is the uncomfortable truth, all the fashionistas are going to come, cut this up, share it, and bash me. And I hope you do, because that means there's going to be more views to the channel and more subscribes, more lurkers and haters.
I guess
One point,
the reason I have, sorry.
One point with that.
Okay.
The reason, because I got to give the ammunition to the masculinas and the haters and the feminists. The reason why this is important is if the goal is commitment and marriage with someone you're compatible with, then you need to strike a deal. And the reality is, given your attraction level and given your age and how much you bring to the table with some of those other critical areas, a man is not going to provide 100%. It's a deal. You can take it or not. Do you want a warm bed and companionship? Or do you want to continue to wait and hold out for a man that potentially won't come or will come only if you strike a deal? That's the uncomfortable truth. And that's why it's important. Again, I know this is going to be uncomfortable. That's why it's best to try to get married early, because you have more leverage to get the deal that's 100% deal where a brother will provide everything. Push back from all of the women that are on the channel.
So I think you're going to get a little bit of pushback from me here, okay? Or I've been working through this in my head for a few years now. So Umm Ihsan, is that what you call yourself? Okay. So she is the first wife, right? And I'm speaking from experience, being put in a few situations where, let's say, not maybe few, maybe one, but where there's already a first wife, and I'm getting the offer of a second wife, let's say, right? And she's got the better deal because she was a first wife, right? She was the one that was young that he built with, let's say, right? And now, but this is the thing, most women who will be okay with this polygamous situation are the older women, are the ones over 30, maybe the single moms that they don't have the choices that maybe they could have had if they had done it early at a younger age, or they're divorcees, it happened. So at that point, like, isn't it in Islam that you still have to be fair and you still have to provide for your wife? All these other technicalities that we're talking about, I don't know how Islamic they are.
Okay, can I address that one?
I would
You
love
can
to
address that, Steph.
point of view on this if you don't mind, Seth, and then you can interject too. But I really want to, get my therapist point of view here.
Quick point.
Can I add something?
Yes.
Just
Yes.
in response to
And hold on.
Hajra.
Let me just say, because my mother raised a gentleman, I'll step back and let you go first. Take the mic.
Yeah, just in response to Hajra's point, she said the first wife usually they have the advantage. So I just want to tell you from my own personal experience, one of my sisters, she married, she's the second wife, and she's the last born of our family. She's in her 20s, and she's beautiful, young, intelligent, very desirable by so many men, but she chose to marry a married man. Simply because she is smart, because she grew up in a large family, she has seen it all, she has seen a lot of, unstable young men that, they get married and then the marriage is over within months or within few years. And she saw this guy that has been chasing her for a while and he's stable. And she sat with him, had that discussion, and she saw that that was the best arrangement for her because she also has her own goals and she wants to achieve, and she needed to have somebody with her while, like, not on a full-time basis because he has his own job, he has the other wife, and then she'll have the space also to socialize with her family because we have a very large family and she lives back home. So there sometimes, without any things happen, this kind of large family things happen, and you're just you have to just be there. So she feels like this is the kind of lifestyle she wants, and she's happy they have a child now. So it's not about not having the choices. It's just, for me personally, I feel like this is what I want for myself as well because, like I said, I've already set my own type of lifestyle with my children, and somebody coming in fully is going to change everything. So I would prefer like to have that conversation with a man and see where the negotiables are, what are the deal breakers. If it's something that will go ahead, fine. If not, then of course wait for the right person. And I think it all depends on what you want. It all depends on what you expect in the relationship or in the marriage. And I think the most important thing is knowing your worth and knowing who you are and what you're going to bring uh, to the marriage, regardless of being young or old or having children or grandchildren even. So it all depends on the person, because if you look at it, even us, we have children, when they are not going to be young forever. So in the next, perhaps maybe in the next 10 years, all the children will have grown up and left, and it's going to be just you and your husband, for example. So what kind of preparation are you doing for when the children are grown up? Because they are not going to be there forever. So for me, I think that is the perspective I'm coming from, just preparing myself for that, for the future.
Just if I can, because Ihsan, I would love to hear your point. I would just say, Maryum, you gave context to the point I was going to make, and that is, Hadra, I think it's a matter of who's defining what the best deal is, right? And so I think that's based off of circumstances and the need. And so I think a woman coming in, depending on her situation, what her needs are, as long as she negotiate the deal that is best for her in her situation, I think it's a good deal, and I think it's fair. Like, the reality is, and you're right, Islamically, if a man comes in and tells you he's going to do A, B, and C, and he knows he's only going to do D and not A, B, or C, then that's unjust and that's not fair. That's
Right.
not Islamic at all. But if beforehand he tells you, look, I think you're a great woman and I'm willing to provide D, but I'm not doing A, B, and C, at that point, he's being just. It's just for you and any sister, not just you, but any sister, to decide if this deal is worth it for me. And for me, where I would come in at as a coach is making sure that that decision a woman is making is a decision that's not purely based off of emotions and feelings, but it's a strategic, logic-based decision.
I think what you're talking about is need versus want, and I think I've struggled with that in the past, where I come in, this is what I want, right? But what you're talking about is, hey, know your needs and come into it and see if this man would be able to fulfill your needs. And maybe that would be the start of the negotiation. Is that what you're saying?
Look, you just summed up what took me 3 minutes to say in 10 seconds. Appreciate it.
Okay.
Umm Ihsan, talk to me.
Yes, brother. What is it that you like to know?
Your thoughts. Your thoughts. The reason why I ask you this is, look, the reality is, Hadra, you don't know this, but and everybody listening, Ihsan is in her mid-20s, right? So that's it doesn't really fit in the norm. But the reason why I want to hear what you have to say is, what are your thoughts about women striking a deal? Because as you said in the earlier part of our conversation, you know that there's a lot of women out there that are looking for quality men and can't find them. What do you think about women negotiating what they're requiring in order to get the guy that has the receipts, right, from being a good husband, a good father?
I think it takes both potential, being the man and the woman, making the negotiation to work and finding a middle ground. I think something was touched upon by Hadra regarding like the second wife. She knows what she's getting herself into, most likely, and is, correct me if I'm wrong, or and the first wife is probably in the dark or feels insecure about the decision because she has all this time with her husband and all this undivided time, and she doesn't have to share him. And now all of a sudden she has to, well, not all of a sudden, but gradually that becomes a reality for her. I would say, and I don't want to quote this from myself because I didn't get this from myself. I got this from Naima B. Roberts, and that is play to your own strength. You as a first wife, you have all these memories with him, you have all these experience in time, and you know, you probably traveled. Play to your strength that you had that experience with him, and as a incoming wife, being a second wife or third or fourth, if there's any way of saying it, you're the new kid on the block. If there's a better way of saying that, you can develop all these new memories with him and travel, and there's that new zest that you have. You know, when you're newlywed, there's that that experience that you have that is more exciting. So I just say each person should play to their own strength in that dynamic of in their relationship, and don't be so envious of the other and look outside of your own marriage. Focus on your own marriage with your husband. So yeah.
Can I comment on something before we move topic? This concept when it comes to fairness as it relates to marriage is a oftentimes misunderstood concept because people equate equal with equity, and they're two different things. Equal means the same, equity means fair. And so to your point, Nasir, when you're bringing on and having that, if you're going to bring on somebody to the family, a new wife, the Quran says equitable. He doesn't say equal. People think it's you treat them all the same. No, you can't treat them all the same. Just like you can't treat all your children the same. Just like there's an ayah in the Quran, a law says you can't even love them all the same, right? But you have to treat them equitable. And so that's the term that a lot of times women have a hard time understanding, because if his first wife has 5 children with him, for instance, and he can't give you the same type of provisions if you have no children with him. That wouldn't be equitable. That wouldn't be just. So I just want to clarify, only for you, Hadra, but for the entire audience to know that Allah uses the word equitable and fairness. And fairness is whatever is agreed upon between the two parties involved. And as long as he's clear into what Nasir said, he's transparent on what he can provide and what he can't, alhamdulillah, that's fair. And that's what our religion promotes.
Yeah. It's, if I can, Hadra, you mentioned something earlier, and Maryum, I would love to hear your perspective on it as well. Hadra, you said that and please correct me if I'm wrong, you said that you are 37 and you feel as you get older, you get pickier. I would suggest to you, you're not alone.
I'm working on that.
I would suggest to you, though, you're not alone. I find that with a lot of women that I work with and deal with, whether it be in practice and or on social media that reach out to me, as women are getting older, they are getting pickier. My question to the women on the panel is, why?
Okay, so since I stated that, can I interject on that, right? Okay, I definitely think it's okay. I think even before I met your brother Nasir is going to be here, a little bit of sponsoring here, but I think getting to know you and then you getting to know me and me working on myself with you, I developed a level of self-confidence and self-worth that I perhaps didn't have before, even in the type of men I would pick. So what happens is you raise your standards, and you raise your standards because you've also raised your standards for yourself, your self-worth. You're working on yourself consciously in everything, in the department of fitness. Even let's say from a perspective of a man, if a man is most of the time, they're almost all of the time they're looking at a woman and rating her based on her looks first, right? So as a woman might be 37, but I might be in better shape than I was in my 20s, right? In many things, like I can rate myself and I see I'm going up, but the reality of the matter is my fertility rate is not going up, right? So I understand that there is this age factor that doesn't really help a woman, and it does help a man, right? So I understand all that, but you can't help it. When you work on yourself and you work on your standards and you work on being a better person, you look for better, and you want better. So I'm not coming from a place of, hey, I've made my money and I'm a career-oriented woman. I'm not coming from a place of feminism. I think I'm just coming from a place of like, you want better. And this is why I think a coach like you is so important for men out there, because men need to upgrade themselves, you know, and I'm not saying that men don't deserve polygamy. I think that perhaps some of them do, but it requires hard work to work on yourself to be worthy of that. And that is why I really, really appreciate Ihsan coming on to this, because she's here vouching for her husband. And this is rare. This is incredibly rare. And I hope this goes viral. And I hope people actually, you know, and more women like you come out, and maybe we'll have healthier polygamous relationships out there that other women can look at. And maybe it wouldn't be such a taboo topic anymore.
Well, can I make a point about something that you said? I think the and specific with the sister Ihsan is that I can't stress the importance of respect, trust, and admiration that she has for her husband, because this is why the same reasons why polygyny is an issue is the same reason why monogamy is an issue. Most people do not put respect, trust, and admiration and high regard when selecting a man for monogamy. So this is a problem with marriage, no matter whether it's single or multiple people. So that's a critical component. And to your point about it not being a lot of quality men, there's not a lot of quality men, but I'm also going to push back on that a little bit, because I think a lot of women don't know how to evaluate men. They wouldn't know a quality man if it hit them in the face, because maybe they just don't have the mindset or knowing what quality looks like. And an example of that, I'll use myself, is like, you know, my mother. I didn't appreciate my mother until I was 26 years old, because everything that she was giving me, all the rules she was giving me, I looked at them as a restriction. But in reality, after 26 hit, I realized her rules were a protection, but my mindset wasn't there to properly digest it. And so it goes back to say that, you know, and again, it goes back to the trust, respect, and admiration. I loved my mom. I just didn't trust her. I loved my mom. I respected her because she gave me no choice. But I didn't trust and I didn't admire her. I respected and I loved her, but I loved her more than anything. But that just shows you how the love blinded me from potentially not appreciating somebody who was giving me something was good. And what she was really giving me was tough love. And I was really emotionally immature to receive it. And so I always tell, and you can correct me, and the women on this call can correct me if I'm wrong, but the number one way you can tell if a man really cares about you versus the man who doesn't, is the man that cares about you is going to correct you and tell you no and be critical of you, because he knows that's going to be a certain degree of resistance associated with that. But maybe I'm wrong.
Well, hey, you know, it goes back to what Brother Nasir said in the beginning. You know, women, we do, our emotions are, you know, what we kind of scale things on. So I think if you're gentle in your critique, maybe it will hit better. You know, Steph, you might, you know, struggle with that. So,
well, you know, it's funny. It's funny that you say that, because, you know, when my mother, using the analogy of my mother, you know, the woman was, you know, like I grew up in a single parent home, so she was like the provider. She had a master's degree, breadwinner, took me to karate practice. I mean, she did everything but sell peanuts. So I have to be a little patient with the fact that maybe she just wasn't the best communicator. I mean, if she was the best communicator, she'd probably have wings on her back and be flying around. Then she'd be perfect. So, you know, it goes back to the quote that Lyndon B. Johnson said, that he got so much criticism by being the president that if the paper said, if he walked on water, the newspaper the next morning would say, the president can't swim. So, you know, it's just you have to be realistic and say nobody's perfect. And, you know, you got to take people, you got to understand that you got to trust them to see what their motives are. This person really, like,
trust
my mom,
intentions. I understand.
yeah, it's like, did my mom really want the worst for me? Was she an evil person? Was she trying to ruin my life? You know, when I was 15, yeah, I felt that she was. I thought she was just trying to hold me back from, you know, but as you get older, you realize, you know what, that woman loved me because she was invested. And so she had more to lose than anybody. She had invested everything into me. So I just realized that, oh, you dummy, you know, she was helping you, not she wasn't hurting you. So that just comes from emotional maturity and trust.
You're on mute, Nasir. You're still on mute. Oh, there we go.
Apologies. A side note, Hajar, what I'm hearing, and not Ihsan, but Maryum, I would love to hear your perspective as well. But Hajar, I'm not hearing that. I don't know if pickier is the right word to use, because what you described is you made an adjustment and enhanced your standards. That's what I'm hearing. Because you know, you acknowledged, alhamdulillah, that you had a great coach that was like helping you with that esteem factor. You know what I mean? That brother that was a good coach, you know, mashallah, you know, bald-headed brother, you know, little dapper in it as well, you know, mashallah. You acknowledge that helped you with the esteem of self. And then that translated into valuing self better, and then translated into having better standards and criteria for who you decide to entertain for marriage. I don't know if I would use the word pickier, because it has a certain connotation to it.
But I would say that, to your point earlier, that a lot of older women in general, not excluding Hajra, they do get pickier as they get older, but it's not so much from enlightenment as you've coached Hajra from. It comes primarily from trauma, right? Or poor decisions that they made in their youth. And so what happens is that when they become pickier, then they become more difficult. They become more guarded. They become more, you know, it's a problem. So I'm saying that I'm kind of talking through you, like I said, because most women don't see professional help. They try to figure it out on their own. They try to navigate their feelings.
I agree,
So,
Seth.
so when you're trying to navigate your feelings without coaching, that enlightenment is going to turn into bitter, resistance, guarded, and all that's going to do is continue down the trajectory of loneliness, more poor decisions, and unfulfillment. And so it's really important. And what men typically, one of the reasons I just went to Chris Rock's show, and it was funny because he was talking about how, you know, he's divorced and he's like 50 and he's dating younger women in their 20s. And, you know, people were booing, you know, women were booing, of course, not men. And he says, well, the reason why men deal with younger women, of course, you get the fertility, you got the age, but they're just easier. They haven't been traumatized. They don't have, he says, you know, when you date a younger woman, the biggest thing you're going to have to pay is maybe a car note. For older women, you got to get a roof fixed, you know. So the stand.
And Seth, can I interject on that? See, I agree with this, sure. But at the same time, I feel that, and this is something I don't really understand. Yes, older women have gone through more trauma, but most of the time what I see is that the older woman is just wiser. She's most women. We're not talking about Instagram models, the 10 out of 10. We're talking about regular women who are maybe me. Okay.
But how many of your friends, Hajra, seek professional help to get enlightenment? Exactly. Those are the ones that are wiser. The other ones that don't seek professional help, they're traumatized. And I'm going to say that you are the
like me. I'm telling you.
I'm saying that you're the minority in the grand scheme of things. Most women do not get professional help. They're not seeking a therapist. And if they are seeking a therapist, they're not seeking it from a male. You know, I think women should seek it from a man. So they seek professional help if they do from a female that's pretty much a cheerleader that kind of doesn't hold them accountable for their poor behavior.
And I have to say, this is why I stuck with Brother Nasir, because he's a man. And I think that's what most women are missing that man's
Yeah,
perspective.
yeah, but but some women, because of the trauma, they don't know the difference between coaching and oppression. They look at all the same. They've never had a man give them proper guidance. So anything that comes from an authoritative tone, it is automatically met with resistance because they don't have any familiarity with it, whether they be because they don't have a father in the home or they don't have a positive relationship with men in their past. So they're not even in a position to receive a man's guidance because of their backed up trauma.
Or if you look at Middle Eastern women, right? We have a lot of our men are working and they're not so much involved with the children. Like
exactly,
they're working, providing, and you know,
right?
So, yeah.
Exactly. Yeah. So go ahead.
The point that I was making in terms of the adjustment I would suggest to you and any sister in your particular situation is I wouldn't use the word picky, because I think that, to Seth's point, is more in line with sisters that haven't put in the time and invested in self, right? When you've invested in self and you've been more meticulous about your standards and criteria of the men that you want in your life, that's not being picky. That's the fruit of putting in the work, right? So I wouldn't use the word.
That's being enlightened.
Yeah, but I also think, sorry, brother. So I also think pickier also means with what you have right now in the market, with the batch of men that you have, right? You have to be picky because most men are not like you and Steph here.
Yeah. Okay. So again, this is a semantics thing, and so if you would like to use the word picky or pickier, then that's fine. But the point that I want you to understand, and I think this is what Seth was alluding to, is you really have to make the distinction between yourself and women like you who are actually taking the time to get professional help. Right. There is a difference. There's a difference between a woman who needs professional help and gets it and a woman that doesn't. Just like there's a difference between a man that needs professional help and doesn't get it.
Okay.
Right. So that's I just want you to understand that's an important point. And men, we can smell it when someone has done the work. We can see the residual of someone that has done the work versus someone who hasn't. Because most people, we all have baggage, but most people have a lot of baggage. So we can see and smell when a woman has done some work to minimize the baggage.
Understood.
Yeah.
Maryum, I saw that you unmuted yourself. Talk to me.
Yeah, I just want to say I totally agree with what you said. It's not being picky. I would say it's just maybe having standards. So standards are different for everyone. A young person that has never married, or even if she's in her 30s or 40s, the standards are different. For a woman that has children, for example, she has a career, she has been taking care of her children, providing for them, doing everything, being the both mom and dad for years. And then for her, she's going to be more careful than the woman that has never married, for example. Because for her, she has to have those standards, she has to have boundaries with men. Because she wouldn't just invite any man into her life to come and destroy what she has already built. So that is the difference. So it depends on who you are. It depends on what your standards are. And sometimes I think men see such women that have sometimes being a single parent, you are supposed you have responsibility for these children. You are both dad and mom. You are supporting them financially, emotionally, physically. Everything of theirs is on you. And for you to invite someone, you have to be very, I would still say picky, because someone will see that a man, for example, a broken man, may see that and try to come in and think, all right, this woman is all set. I need to come in and I want to benefit from that kind of arrangement. But in not knowing that maybe perhaps if the woman has worked on herself, has gone through counseling, for example, she knows her worth, she knows her value, she may not accept him. And that same man will go around saying, oh, this woman, she has high standards, she has raised her standards, she doesn't know that she's a divorcee, she doesn't want to get married, all sorts of negative comments. So I think that is coming from the perspective of men that are not fully masculine, for example. And I believe any man that has standards himself will look at a woman that will match his own standards. So, and I think that is the balance that we need to have. So, it's not, so it is different for everyone.
Yeah. Thoughts? Any other thoughts? Anything that's come up from you guys?
Thank you for that, Maryum. I loved it.
Yeah.
So I'm looking for any type of pushback while I have you guys here before we wrap up. What do we have? And that is the reason why you have a guardian, for that very reason, sister, be at your brother, your uncle, father, if he is still alive. Yeah. It's important to have.
Yeah,
I think
but sometimes not every, for example, like me, for example, my family is all abroad. So in that aspect, it's different dynamics. It depends on your age as well. Because sometimes, my parents are late, so I don't have my dad is not alive. Even if he is, he's not in the West, for example. So what he may see is different if the husband is in the West. But it's easier. That's why sometimes it's easier if the person is coming from the same, cultural background, from the same country, for example. It's easier because they have families back home that can do the background check for both families. So it all depends on the situation, really. I don't think there's any one size fits all way of going about this in terms of marriage, especially for more mature women.
Yeah, I'll also say that, to your point earlier, Nasir, about the importance in vetting of a man, I think, or a wali, and why it's always a man, because men know men. And that's, women do not. And, I don't care what cultural, religion, whatever it is, when men sit in the room, you can kind of assess things about a man, how he talks, how he carries himself, his value system. Someone in the corporate world who when you have to make judgment calls in an interviewing process in an hour, you can just tell how a man carries himself. I'm a firm believer that the best indicator of future behavior is past behavior. So just looking at his resume and his past decision will make a major impact about how he handles himself in the future. So, and nobody's perfect either, right? I'm certainly not. So you have to take that with a grain of salt, understanding that, because you're essentially recommending somebody on potential or what you think they're going to do, but a lot of what they've done in the past, and and if they've made mistakes, their processing and their understanding of mistakes also is important as well. So, but men know men at the end of the day.
So,
let me just respond to that. Yeah. No, I'm not saying I would strongly recommend a woman to have a wali. If she doesn't have a relative to be her wali, she should get someone like an elder in the community, for example, or the imam. A man, she has to involve as many men as possible. And I'm telling you from experience, because I've attempted marriage, and I didn't really go through the wali aspect fully, and I thought I knew what I was getting into, but then eventually it was a mess. So I had to, alhamdulillah, it didn't really last long, but I picked up quickly. And then I think this is something that I learned from that. And I would strongly recommend women to get as many men involved in vetting the potential spouse.
Yeah, I think, and that speaks to the point of what I've said a number of times, and I've gotten some pushback from it. I firmly believe, sisters, when you're looking to get married, you need to build a support system. And in that support system needs to be a man. It needs to be a man. I would recommend someone who's a professional, who doesn't have the emotional connection to you, that can give you the uncomfortable truth and give you a logical response that maybe even your father won't give you. And in my field of work, I often hear about fathers who make poor decisions when it comes to marriage, just based off of love for culture, love for community acceptance, and love for their daughter. Unhealthy love for their daughter, in the sense of they don't ask the tough questions. They just assume that their daughter has done the proper vetting, right?
Mm.
So I've seen that happen. So it's important, sisters, and this is not just a shameless plug. It's important to have a professional that's a male in your support system that can give you the uncomfortable truths, which is a segue into the last question that I have. Let's go around. And sisters, I typically only ask this to brothers, but I would like to hear from the sisters as well, because you sisters are experienced. So what is one uncomfortable truth that you think sisters should know? And let me give you the background for why I asked this question. Because what I find is oftentimes sisters are not given the uncomfortable truth, they're given comfortable lies. And I really believe that when you give women the uncomfortable truths, it may be emotionally uncomfortable, but with time, they will make better decisions because they have all the information, versus the comforting lie that keeps them trapped in the uncomfortable situation that they're in. So, with that being said, what is one uncomfortable truth that you think sisters should know?
Ladies first.
I feel like we've already touched on this, but I will just say I think that all these career-oriented feminist women, I would say, and let's not even label them, but career-oriented women who are even maybe a 9 and a 10, it doesn't really help you. If you really want to be the right catch for marriage, I think a lot of these attributes that men are looking for. And if you want that traditional husband, right, the one that provides, he's going to look for these traditional qualities that I think women of today, I myself, I'm getting in touch with cooking again. And that was something that I don't think I took it as such a big factor, but I realize it is something that men look for. And it is like, that will take you from a 6 to an 8 even, or maybe a 6 to a 9, right? So I think just being a fine woman isn't going to be enough. Being a fine career-oriented woman isn't going to be enough. So if you want a good catch, upgrade your other feminine qualities, and perhaps you'll be you'll get a better catch, or you'll be a better catch.
Yeah, let me just I think women should try and invest in having some maybe counseling sessions, because of the
Mhm.
society these days. Everything is just what we see on social media, what we see on movies. It's not what is the reality. So the women should know themselves first, and then seek counseling for them to learn to regulate their emotions and how to manage themselves, how to manage their homes, for example. There's all these premarital counseling sessions that are there that I think is very useful for every. I've told my children, my girls, I said, when you decide to get married, when it's time to get married, you have to go through that, because for young couples, for example, they need that, because this is a generation thing. We don't want to learn from social media or the movies. We want to learn from people that have experience and have seen where the marriage has failed and where the work needs to be done. So I think counseling is important before marriage.
Shall I go next?
Sure.
Mike, yours.
I think, I don't know if this is uncomfortable truth or not, but I feel like it's important to subscribe to femininity rather than feminism, especially in a traditional Muslim household, because feminism is not going to serve you. Like, for instance, one of the belief system in feminism is that everyone should work, and homemakers, such as, stay-at-home wife and mom, is kind of looked down upon. And I feel like that's not going to be a healthy dynamic in the home if you're constantly working and you don't give your husband his rights and nurture your children, because that ultimately is your responsibility as a wife and as a mother. And if you give that to someone else, then you lose that control and influence that you have on your children and the rights that your husband has over you. So yeah.
I'm going to give two because, inheritance double goes to the men and only one goes to the women. So I'm going to follow along since this is a Muslim show. So the first one I'm going to give is women uncomfortable truth. Number one, I got this from a call I was on with you before, Nasir, but there's a difference between intention to marry and attention from men. And they're not the same. You get a lot of attention from men. What are you doing to get that man the intention to marry you? What kind of qualities do you have to be? You're going to have to compete. Men accepted this competition when we were in our younger ages. You got to get a job, got to go to school, you got to work out, you got to level up. And now, I guess it's changed a little bit depending on what level type of man you want. So women, and the best way you can compete is within your femininity. Not like, don't be like us, support us. That's how you can compete. And attention and intention. And then the second uncomfortable truth is that, and this is very important, I got 3 sisters and I tell them this all the time. Women, you're your worst enemy. Okay. That's why you need counseling. You need somebody else to help navigate your emotions. Okay. If you listen to yourself, you will fail. Okay. So you're your worst enemy. A lot of women self-sabotage relationships of all sorts. So do yourself a favor. And that's essentially what, there is men, we have deficiencies in maybe gentleness or what do you call it? We have our emotional deficiencies. So we need women to balance us out. That's not a fact. That's not hypergamy. That's a fact. We need women to balance us out. Women, you have in some cases logical deficiencies, and you need men to balance you out. And this is why marriage is vital in our faith, is because it allows both of us to make up on our deficiency. So, but a lot of women just haven't come to that realization that they're their worst enemy. So those would be my 2.
Question for you. Any nuance with worst enemy?
When you say nuance, can you explain that question?
Meaning when you say they're the worst enemy, what exactly? Because see, I think I know what you mean by that, but I think by saying it, they're their worst enemy.
I'll give you an example. Okay. A lot of women, I was listening to this podcast, and they were talking about women make lists, right? They make this list, and they have this list for men, and they make a list, and they'll find men that hit all the list, and they still don't deal with them. Oh, because of this and because of that. Like, you made the list to protect you from your own feelings, and the man will check every box on the list, and you still can't go forward with it. That's an example of you made the list for a reason, but the man makes everything on the list. But then there's things that he's about him that maybe are not on the list, but your emotions now the emotions are involved. Did you put that on the list? No. because you were thinking objectively when you made the list, but now your emotions have self-sabotaged something that could be good for you. So that's an example of you're your worst enemy. And men need to go into the relationship understanding this. Like, you got to, that's why marriage is different from, casual sex. In the dating world, marriage is a law, put marriage for a reason. He only accepts this as the only way to deal with between men and women, because he knows that we both have deficiencies, but specifically because men are in charge, we have to go into it and we have to essentially protect women from themselves, but they have to be willing to know that they need to be fixed. They have to know that they have this deficiency. See, we know our deficiencies. So we accept the fact that we need women around to balance us out. But sometimes women feel, there was a narrative in the 90s, I don't need a man. And that's what created a lot of this feminist movement. So, but yeah, that's an example, I would say, to why women need protection from themselves and what that means as far as they're their worst enemy.
So they're their worst enemy when they allow themselves to be led purely by emotion.
Yeah, let me read this quote to you real quick, because it's very apropos to what you just said, and I wrote it down and I thought it was so on point. But I'm gonna give you 1 second. You can hear me, right? I know you can't see me because I'm going in my phone, but you can hear me still, right?
Yeah, we can hear you.
Okay, it says hold on. Some people must learn the difference between your intuition guiding you and your fear of trauma misleading you.
Yeah. That's emotional work. That's thinking work.
Yeah. Let me say that one more time. Some people must learn the difference between your intuition guiding you and your fear or trauma misleading you. And that's what I feel like is in the case of a lot of women specifically, to that point.
Yeah, I think that comes back to the point I was making. When you're solely making decisions based off of emotion, right?
Mm-hmm.
You're 100% emotion driven, i.e., what I consider being you're not emotionally sober, right? You're drunk off emotion, and when you're drunk off emotions, that clouds and distorts your vision.
Judgment.
Yeah. And so for me, that leads into, for me, the uncomfortable truth that I would share would be to understand that respect for your parents doesn't mean obedience. And I find with my client base, that's critically important, because yes, our dean does say that you have to respect your parents. But there isn't blind obedience, especially in this realm of marriage. And when they're putting criteria on the table that doesn't fall in line with the dean. So I think it's very important, because I've seen sisters lose years. And I tell women, you have time, but you don't have time to waste. And so I've seen sisters waste years because their parents would not agree to someone, or men that came to them for marriage, that didn't meet the cultural criteria. They met the Islamic criteria, but didn't meet the cultural criteria. And I've seen sisters waste years and waste opportunities, because the reality is, if in your life, in your marriage process, you get 2 or 3 good offers, decent offers from high quality brothers, you've been very fortunate.
Hello.
You've been extremely fortunate. And so to pass up on high quality offers because of cultural preferences, and to come back to the model, they're no longer preferences when they become must and shoulds, they become demands. So when cultural preferences are escalated to the level of a demand, that's when it becomes problematic. And oftentimes I would suggest detrimental to you having the type of marriage you want. Because then, unfortunately, what happens is desperation kicks in, and then you start settling, right? So that would be my uncomfortable truth that I would share for sisters. I'm gonna just go through these comments right quick. Brother said, if your circle isn't on point, then take a step back and self-reflect and look for a good circle of sisters. I firmly agree with that. I made a post. If you're not following me on IG, you should. I made a post earlier this week about misery loves company. Sisters, be mindful, because miserable sisters will make you miserable and or destroy your marriage. The proverb that I used in that post was, it's an African proverb where it says, the child that is neglected by the village will burn down the village to feel the warmth. Child that is neglected by the village will burn down the village to feel the warmth. And that's the same thing that some women will do to your marriage. They will burn down your marriage to feel the warmth. So it's important that you are mindful of the sisters that are in your circle.
John,
go ahead.
Yeah, John Wooten said, "Tell me your friends, I tell you your future."
Yeah, and that's the next point. Don't let lost women misguide you too. Yeah. What is this? Women cannot lead, it will fail. So just accept and choose the best candidate for the job. Agree 100%. 100%. So look, I know I said that was my last question, but it's my show. And since I have women here, there we go. Sisters, this is for you. I know you're happy. I know you're happy. I know you're happy.
Oh, I think hygiene. Hygiene, please.
I didn't even get to read the question yet. You were like, see, I like that though.
I didn't see the question.
I have a little bit of credit of just the assertiveness that's in you. I appreciate that. I just want a little bit, just a smidget, a tidbit of credit. I like that. Jump in. Hydra, talk to me. What is one uncomfortable truth that you think men should know?
So I know as a joke I said hygiene. I'm going to still stand by that. But I think if we're really talking about one, it's not something I want to really.
Can we pause? Can we pause? What do you mean by hygiene? Because personally, I'm a brother that believes in, looking dapper, mashallah. So what's this hygiene thing you're talking about? I'm curious.
I think just, look put together, look like a cat, groom well, smell well, shower, and I'm sorry, a lot of men, they have their smelly socks on and they're not really big on hygiene in that sense, wear your deodorants. I'm just going to be very descriptive,
Are you pursuing gorillas?
No. I see. Okay, yeah, maybe a man will, when he goes out on a date or courts a woman, let's say, he will be put together. But I think in general, and I teach my son this, groom well. That a woman will judge you on this. Groom well, take care of yours. It is good to look put together. Don't look homeless. Look put together. Groom well, smell good, take a shower. Okay. I don't know. Take 2 showers.
Okay. Apology. I just needed clarity on that. Go ahead. What is your uncomfortable truth? Man.
Okay. So, sorry, I'm thinking about this because I had it. Can somebody else take over and I'll think about this because I just lost it.
My one would be that as a wife, which I've noticed from my experience, and perhaps anyone here who's in a marriage or in a relationship can also mention this or say if it's relatable or not, is that when a woman comes to you with her problems or concerns or any issues, she's not looking for advice. She's looking for, just a listening ear. I've noticed that for myself and in my relationship, and some other men have said that about their relationship with their wives as well. Because I think when men talk to each other, they kind of seek advice from each other or like constructive criticism. But whereas a woman, we just want someone to listen to us and to make sure that we're heard. So that's just my uncomfortable truth. I think some men approach women the way they would approach themselves or another man
So
in that
can I say
regards.
something about that? So most women, I mean, just I think a man's psychology is to try to solve problems, right? So I think isn't that what your girlfriends are for? To talk about, listen to each other. I think
Hello.
if you come to a
Hello.
man and you tell them he's your protector, he's gonna want to protect you, right? So I think it's more about your own. I think you need to know better, right? I do.
Teach them.
I think it depends on the situation. Like for instance, if I'm complaining about a really bad day I had outside, I just want to be able to vent. It depends on the situation. So in some situations, it's not always the same approach that you would take. Whereas you just want advice. Sometimes you just want to vent for the sake of venting and just to be heard. But
Yeah.
I see what you mean.
I actually have a different opinion on this. Like,
Okay.
I'm of the opinion that a man should spend some time being the venting bag or whatever it is. And the reason why I say that is it's a feeling thing for women, right? Venting is about, so logically, as a man, there is some discomfort. So I need to figure out the solution. I need to problem solve to get rid of this discomfort. For women, I have this discomfort. I need to talk about it, and it will, to some extent, relieve this discomfort. There's a different approach. And so for me, I'm of the perspective, a man doesn't have to do it, but I'm of the perspective of being there to allow her to vent to you. What I do and I am a professional, I'm trained in this. I still subtly, I think in a smooth way, ask my wife, does she want a solution? And I'm at a point now, we've been married long enough that I know when she wants a solution versus when she just wants to vent. And I think with time, most cases, well, I don't want to say most cases, I think if a man, I think I want to be nuanced with this. I think if a man is paying attention, he'll know when a woman wants a solution or versus when she wants to vent. And let me caveat with this. I think when a man is paying attention, he'll know when a woman wants a solution or when she's venting. But I also reserve the fact to understand that I am biased and this is my profession.
Yes,
like
yes. I was gonna say.
So I'll put that like my job. I listen to women all day, so I understand that I may be a bit biased with that I can pick up when somebody.
I think men don't really have that emotional. Most men don't have that emotional intelligence to pick that up. I think sometimes, at least what I've learned over the years, I think women who succeed in this type of where they want to vent, even with myself, just with my son or with any man, my brother, my dad, I just want to talk. Can you listen? Don't tell me what to do. I need you to listen to me. And then I go, because I don't really think that you can change this tendency of a man to want to help you if he's in that role to want to protect you.
Yeah, let me chime in on that too, because that's a tough one for me personally. I struggle with that.
Apologies, since you're younger than me and you're my brother and I'm older, you got to hold that thought because you'll remember it. This is my nuance and pushback. And Seth, answer this. You'll come in with this. This is my pushback to what you just said, Hudra. Men do it at work. There's time and a place when we listen and not give a solution.
Okay.
Right? Has to be. Go ahead, Seth.
Okay, let me push back on that. It depends. You're not necessarily wrong, but it depends. So when you're in a leadership role, or or manager role, then you're, it's kind of like the blacksmith. The blacksmith comes home smelling like, steel and smoke, because that's what he's been around. And so that's what he's going to, that's just who he is. So I think that if I'm a problem solver for 10 hours a day, and then my wife comes home and she's expressing herself, it's difficult. I'm not saying it's impossible, but I'm saying it's difficult for a lot of men to turn that off to a certain extent. It's almost like in a case of a mother, if you're nurturing to a child, then you're going to be, if you're nurturing a child for a long period of time, it's easier for you to transition and nurture and support your man, because they have comparable traits. So from a man, it's very difficult. Like for me, I'm reading a book and have been for like the last 6 months about tactical empathy, because I struggle with it. Like I struggle with
What's
letting.
The book called? This is an inside joke, okay?
Okay, it's funny. That's funny. Okay. Yeah, so I'm reading this book.
We gotta speed this up, because
I'm sorry.
We gotta speed this up. And the reason why is, look, Ihsan, I want to be able to have you back, and I appreciate your husband for allowing us to have you. So I want to wrap this up soon so that we can make sure.
So my point to you is that I'm gonna tend to agree with Hydra, because I think that most men, depending on the role, if you're in a position if you're a coach, leadership position, and you're used to people coming to you all day. I got people calling me all the time with problems, and I'm the guy they call for a solution, whether it be men at work, friends, family. So for me to be able to turn it off, I'm not saying it's impossible, and that's just something you got to work on. Nobody's perfect. We're all evolving, right? So I have acknowledged that I need to learn tactical empathy. So once I found out about this deficiency, then I had to go and take it to the next level and read some books on it to learn how to do it, because it's something that I struggle with because of my what I've been doing for pretty much my entire life. But that's just me personally. But I think that's a tough one, Nasir.
And brother Nasir, can I the number one uncomfortable truth for me, I think it kind of ties in with this, is I think that, and maybe I'm contradicting myself, but I think this is what men think, this leadership, they come in really strong, and I don't think it hits women really right. I don't think today's women, feminist women and non-feminist women, I think it's be a silent lead, not silent leader. I don't know what the word is. Be assertive, be gentle, but don't be, at least I come from a Pashtun background where the way men lead it's a bit toxic, right? So, so I don't know what the right word is. I don't know if someone can help me with that.
Yeah, I think the nuance, I think the new word they use is servant leadership or something to that effect.
Okay.
So,
I don't know
so
if I like that,
it's
beautiful. So in that sense,
I think that
if men don't, so let's say, sorry, going back to what you were saying, Steph, right? So if men, you have that tendency to want to solve the problem. What happens in a situation where a woman doesn't do what you told her to do? You think she's not respecting you because she's doing her own thing. So maybe it is actually works out better for men to listen more and not to always try to solve their problems, because they're going to find it to be a bit disrespectful that she's still going to do what her feelings are maybe telling her to do, and not really. And then so I think leadership, men need to work on their leadership skills. I think most men struggle with that. And that's why they're called simps. So I think it's just working on that leadership without dominating that space with the woman. Women like to shine. We like to feel important. We like to feel special. So, yeah.
Well, that kind of ties in to my uncomfortable truth for men, is that they have to embrace leadership. And I think that if you look at the thing, when I ask women about what do they look for in a particular spouse, I'll hear everything like family oriented, being able to communicate, empathy. But the one thing I never hear a woman ask for is leadership. And the reason why is because they don't require it, and most men don't even think it's a responsibility. And so and there's a lot of reasons why. But to your point, Hydra, yeah, like if you find a man that wants to be a leader, then you're already in the minority. So I would suggest that most men don't even think that it's even it's even a responsibility, even their job. And so you're going to have to understand that sometimes, because it is a nuance for a lot of men, that you're going to have to be patient with men in general when they are. And I'm not saying you should be like, you should always, like, I think when women hear leadership, they think they don't have a voice. And that's not what a leader means. A leader listens, like a coach listens to his players. He actually consults to his players more so than anything, because they're in the game. They're actually live out in there. So he has to rely on their insights and their feelings and their opinions, because ultimately when the team does well, the players get the credit. And when a team loses, the coach gets fired. So I say that leadership, I would tell men, the uncomfortable truth is embrace leadership, but also understand that your leadership can be improved. And I'm all, and like I said, you got to read books. You got to understand that, if your players are yelling at you, throwing a towel in your face, that's a sign that maybe you need to adjust your leadership tactics. But you should definitely embrace leadership and not be afraid to expand your leadership techniques to the point of what Hydra said. Sometimes you have to understand your audience. Maybe you have to be a little more gentle with some players than you would be other people. So,
Maryum?
Well, it's just the leadership aspect, because that is very important. But what I want to stress in that aspect is, for the men, let them not expect for them to be leaders without any conditions. So they have to have the skills to be leaders. And when they are looking for wives, they shouldn't expect to just have that unconditional respect from women. They should look for the women that they would that will look up to them, for example. Because sometimes some women have reached a certain standard and a certain level. They have, because of their experiences, maybe they have been in toxic relationships, and they built that thick skin and have become quite bold, and they are not willing to compromise. So going after those kind of women may cause problems. So they should look at the kind of woman that is suitable for them, for example, that they can lead. So I think always the men should be higher than the women in terms of leadership, not the other way around. Because sometimes
Marion, you
they still
mentioned.
marry. Yeah, okay, they still marry and they try to lower the woman, like to dominate the woman, while and that is where the conflict comes in. Sorry, yeah, you were saying.
You mentioned something about, finding women that do something for, you want a woman that, supports you and does something for you. And I think to the point about, we were talking about before about men and women and the dynamic, and as you were saying about roles, and, a wife is looking to what she can give. Any other woman who's looking for what she can get is a big difference. And that's huge. Like the role of a wife is about what she can give to a man, and what do you call it? Boyfriend, girlfriend, fiance, friends with benefits. What all those other relationships? Women look about what they can get, and that's just the mentality. So if you're going into the relationship about what you can get from him, then you've already lost. Versus you have to go into the relationship that you have enough respect, trust, and admiration that you want to give to him. And if you don't have that degree of respect, trust, and admiration, either you need to learn how to build it or find another man that you can, have that relationship with.
Yeah, I think a lot of good women, they want the man to lead naturally, because it's not the duty of the woman to lead. So where the conflict comes is when the man is failing in that leadership, and the woman, she has no option but to step up. And then that becomes problematic sometimes.
But let me push back on that, because you use the word failure, and that's a really important point. That's where the trust, respect, and admiration, because the Prophet Sallallahu Alaihi Wasallam, he lost the battle, so he failed, and Allah actually revealed ayats in the Quran about people who left the Prophet. That was a test for some of the believers, because they wanted to know, were you in it for the spoils, or were you in it because you believed in the messenger? Did you believe in the mission? Were you in it for the mission, or were you in it for? And I think the ayat, I'm paraphrasing, but it says, you know, if Muhammad dies, so then it's no big deal because other prophets have died, but the mission stays on. So you have to understand that one of the drawbacks of being a leader is that you will lose games. You will fail. It's not a win. It's not an if, it's a win. But as a woman, are you comfortable enough with supporting him when he fails or criticizing him when he fails? And that's where the trust, respect, and admiration is. Some women just don't have that or haven't developed that trust and respect enough for that man to be able to console him when he fails. They feel like it's an opportunity for them. Oh, you lost the game. Now I got to take over. And that's just going to create more problems. And that's what, you know, God's going to test that in a relationship as he did on the battlefield with the prophet and his companions. So I just want, when you use the word failure, that was just a bit of a trigger word. So just wanted to make a point about that.
I understand. Yeah,
Okay.
that wasn't what I meant. Yeah, it's clear now.
Gotcha.
So a quick point, because again, I know it's late in the UK, and I don't want you guys to be up too late. And again, I want to make sure that Abu Ihsan. What? Hold on, no.
Abu Ihsan, yeah, father of Ihsan, yeah.
Yes, I want to make sure that he is in agreement another time, my brother. Thank you. So I want to make sure that we wrap this up because I've kept you guys up late in the UK. So with that being said, let me for me, the one uncomfortable truth that I think men should know ties into, I think, what you guys have been saying. And I think it ties into, Seth, what you were saying in terms of the other side of it. If your team is throwing towels at you and yelling at you, it may be a factor that you're choosing the wrong players, right? It may be an issue where in that, from a sports analogy, the GM is influencing the decision-making and really choosing the wrong players, right? And that to me can be an emotional issue. And so I think for me, the one uncomfortable truth that I think men need to should know and work on is understanding how to regulate their emotions. Because oftentimes I think men have critique of women that they've chosen to marry, that in the very beginning, those issues were already there. You just didn't choose or vet properly. And she can be a good woman, a great woman, but she's just not the good, great woman for you. The compatibility isn't there. But
So
just
true.
as women can make moves out of desperation, so can men. And when a move out of desperation is a thinking problem, not necessarily an emotional problem, because emotions are underpinned by our thoughts, right? Our thinking produces emotion, i.e. the thinking, feeling connection. So if you don't know how to understand your emotions, i.e. emotional regulation, really is if you don't understand how to de-escalate your thinking and challenge it to change it to make it something that's constructive and functional, then you're going to produce emotions, i.e. anxiety, which then shows itself as desperation, i.e. you choosing someone that you're not compatible with. You're choosing someone that will accept you given your age, given your situation. But again, compatibility isn't there. So the thing that I would suggest men do is to learn how to regulate their emotions. And I think it also aligns with our deen. So when the Prophet ﷺ says, don't get angry, the question I would have for brothers, the challenge I would have for brothers is, what is the systematic way that you use to de-escalate your anger? How do you do it? What is the systematic way, a formula that you use for de-escalating your anger? What have you learned in terms of something you can use when you are angry? Or what can you use when you notice that you're feeling your chest getting tight, right? And you feel your face getting hot. and your heart rate is starting to increase, and you know that those are signs that you're getting irritated and annoyed, and you keep going up, you're going to be angry and rageful. What's the
most people
method that you use to de-escalate that and keep it
most,
irritated?
most people would say drugs.
Yeah, and that's the reality. What men and women do is we distract ourselves with substances, comfort eating, music. We distract ourselves, and the problem, just very quickly, or even with constructive things, we distract ourselves with exercise or with yoga, right? And those things in and of themselves are not a problem. It's just how we use them. So event comes up, I distract myself with exercise or yoga. The reality is, after I get off the yoga mat, those same thoughts are going to come back. If I don't know how to regulate my emotions, then I'm not going to be able to handle it once I get in the car after I'm out of the gym from yoga or lifting weights. When those thoughts come back, I'm going to still be in the same situation I was in before I went to the gym, before I went to yoga. Same way, I have an uncomfortable emotion and I decide to comfort eat, or I decide to go and do some comfort shopping. By the time I get in the car, or after I try on what I bought, an hour or two later, those thoughts are going to come back. And if you don't have a formula to be able to address those unhelpful thoughts, that's going to produce the unhelpful emotion, that's then going to produce the unhelpful behavior, that's self-sabotaging. It's problematic. You're going to get unhelpful results, i.e., the team throwing the towel at you, the team yelling at you, your wife asking for a divorce. Right? So I think the uncomfortable truth that I would say, brothers, is you got to invest in, just like you learn, you invest in getting your weight up, getting in the gym, exercising your muscles. You got to learn and get in the gym in terms of learning how to regulate your emotions and exercise that on a consistent basis. Because a lot of the issues that I see is brothers just not regulating their emotions. They're being driven by emotions.
Yeah,
And
I got to bounce.
One last point with that. And that's a frame issue, right? When brothers say they want to maintain frame is really you just maintaining your emotions and your thinking. Yeah, Habib, you got to go?
Yeah, I got to go, but assalamu alaikum, everybody. Pleasure. Enjoyed the conversation. And inshallah, we'll chat again.
Inshallah. Really appreciate it. Wa alaikum salam.
All right.
Look, I know I have kept you all a long time. I really appreciate you guys taking the time. I think it was beneficial. It was definitely beneficial for me. You guys, if you need to check out, go ahead. If you got any last parting words, you can share them now. Any socials that you want to share, you can share them now.
I just want to salute Sister Ihsan. I apologize. I interrupted, but yeah, I think this was a brave move for both you and your husband. This is amazing. Maybe next time we can have her and her husband. I'll definitely come. But yeah, thank you so much.
I'll ask him and see what he thinks regarding that, but can't make any promises.
Hey, I think this is something that could really, coming from someone who, Brother Nasir knows me. So I think this is someone, your story and you coming forward, it's going to make an impact. So I think this is amazing. Yeah.
Thank you. Inshallah, it does in a positive way, I hope.
Yes, inshallah.
It definitely will. It definitely will. Look, so I want to afford you guys the opportunity to exit. You are more than welcome to stay. I'm going to address this last question by applying it to the model so that people can see how I work through it. You guys are more than willing to stay, but I also understand it's late. If you need to exit, feel free. Any parting words, anything you want to share?
Unfortunately, I can't stay in for too longer than I have. I'm a bit tired right now. It's a bit late here in the UK. But thank you for having me on, and I hope I had some positive outlook or information to share with everyone, and they have benefited from this. So yeah, assalamu alaikum. Thank you for having me, Brother Nasir.
It's very beneficial. I really appreciate you coming on. And again, if I may, like, give your husband like an extra hug and squeeze for me. I mean that in the most halal way, please, because I really appreciate that.
Yeah.
If I can just this 30 seconds. The reason why I really wanted you to come on is because your story is really authentic, and I know it will be able to give substance to this viral video that has gone around. That's only 15 seconds. You're able to give people an honest perspective of how a woman went from not being inclined towards polygyny to now being inclined to it, so much so that you introduced it to your husband and encouraged it for your husband. And that is profound. So I really salute you and your husband. Again, please give that brother an extra 2 hugs for me. Yeah, it just went from one to
Yeah,
two.
Jazakallah khair, sister, for
Barakallah
this
fi.
initiative. Yeah.
Alhamdulillah. Alhamdulillah.
Alhamdulillah.
Again, thank you both, and I understand you guys need to go. Assalamu alaikum.
Michael,
Wa alaikum salam. Thank you.
thank
Alhamdulillah.
you.
Thank you again for coming on, Maryum.
Yeah.
So, with that being said, I'm here. What I'm going to do is I'm going to answer this question, and I'm going to use the model in terms of addressing it. But what I want to do first is, so the question is, what if you feel like you have a demand for you to be the most loved of all the wives? And the question that I would pose to the questioner is this. So what the model says is, and put it like this, you guys. What the model says is, and let me read this just one more time, okay, so that we can get it clear. What if you feel like you have a demand for you to be the most loved of all the wives? So what the model says is, it is demands that upset us. It's the demands that we place on ourselves, others, and life conditions. That's what upsets us, right? It's a demand plus we add an awfulizing belief, i.e., we tell ourselves that the thing that we did not want to happen, that has happened, that shouldn't have happened according to our demand, is awful. It's 100% bad. There's no benefit that comes out of it. The model then goes on to say that we add to it a frustration intolerance belief. We tell ourselves that we can't stand it, right? And reality is we don't like it, but we can handle it. And then the model goes on to say that after awfulizing and frustration and tolerance, and it doesn't have to be in that order, we typically add to the equation, we devalue self, right? We devalue ourselves by labeling and rating ourselves, others, or life conditions. But it begins with the demand. We have a demand that, again, we place on ourselves, others, or life conditions. And in some regards, we subtly, as Muslims, place it on Allah. And so now we come back to this question. What if you feel like you have a demand for you to be the most loved of all the wives? The question that we would then do in the model is suggest that you start disputing that demand. We want to de-escalate the demand to a preference, a desire, a want, right? And so it's healthy, it's understandable for you to want, to desire, to prefer to be the most loved of all the wives. But it's problematic because it's going to produce an unhelpful emotion when you demand that you must be the most loved of all the wives. And so the question you would ask is, okay, so how do I get to that space of a preference when I'm at a demand? You challenge the thinking. So to challenge their thinking, you start disputing. So you ask the question, Where is the evidence that I must be the most loved of all the wives? Where is that evidence? Then you ask yourself another disputing question. How does it help me to tell myself that I must be the most loved of all the wives? The reality is that type of thinking is not going to produce an emotion that is helpful or constructive. It's going to lead to an intense emotion of depression or anxiety. And another reason why demands aren't constructive is the reality is if you have a demand that you must be the most loved of the wives, the question I pose for you is, do you see the potential cycle that may come out of this? Right? The cycle is, if you are the most loved, if you are able to secure that you are the most loved wife, right? If you're able to secure that, right? The anxiety of getting to that space of being the most loved wife, don't you think that you're going to create anxiety once you're there to maintain your space as the most loved, the most desired wife? And if you lose that status of the most loved and desired wife, don't you think that at some point you're going to be anxious again about getting back to that space of being the most loved and desired wife? So if you look at it, you're going to be in this constant cycle of anxiety. And you're in this constant cycle of anxiety of being the most loved wife because you create the anxiety producing thought that I must be the most loved wife. So what the model says is we produce the emotion by the thinking we create. So the event is your husband takes on a second wife. The narrative or the belief you then subsequently create is that you must be the most loved wife. And then that produces an emotion and behavior. That emotion and behavior is largely influenced and largely the byproduct of that narrative you created, that I must be the most loved and I must be the most desired wife. And as long as you create those anxiety producing beliefs, you're going to produce the destructive and unhelpful emotions. And that's the part that you have the control over. That's the accountability piece. And as I said earlier in the show, is that you never want to be in a position where your emotional destiny is in the hands of someone else. And the way in which your emotional destiny is in the hands of someone else is when you abdicate the responsibility for how you feel on your spouse. It should never be that type of dynamic. It should never be a situation where your spouse is responsible for how you feel. Again, your spouse is never responsible for how you feel. You're responsible for how you feel based off of the thinking, the narrative you create. The narrative you create based off of the events that happen in life. This is the thinking, feeling connection. The thinking, feeling connection states that the narrative we create produces the emotions that we have. And if we want to feel different, then we need to produce a different emotion. I hope that answered the question. So should I be content not being the most beloved? It seems hard. I feel like it could affect my feelings to my husband if I know he loves someone more than me. And that may be true, that it may affect your emotions, but I would nudge you a little bit more. I would nudge you a little bit more in terms of what are the thoughts that you're telling yourself about your husband marrying someone else, and about particularly your husband loving someone else. So it's not just that your husband loves someone else more. The question I would pose to you if we were in a session is, okay, your husband loves someone else more. What does that mean about you? What does it say about you if your husband loves someone else more? That's the question that I would pose to you, because you're telling yourself, you're giving yourself, I'm sorry, you're not giving yourself, you're giving this event, this adversity of him loving someone else a narrative, a meaning. And that meaning you're responsible for. And that meaning is going to produce an emotion. And so that's the part that I would say, that would be the follow-up question. What does it mean? What does it say about you potentially? Meaning, what are you telling yourself that if your husband marries someone else, what does it mean? What is that meaning? What does it say about you? That I'm not good enough as a wife. Exactly. Sis, you look, I would encourage you to book a session with me, but the model answers this, and I'm going to show you where it answers this, because remember what I said in the very beginning. The model would say, when we have a demand, he must not love someone more than me. When we have that demand, my husband must not love the other wife more than me. That's a demand. Remember what I said earlier. The model says we have a demand, and we can have one and or all of the other three extreme beliefs. And one of those three extreme beliefs, if you remember, is this: devalue. Remember what I said. To devalue is an extreme, unhelpful belief. And what it states is, or what it is when we label or rate ourselves, others, or life conditionings. When you say to yourself that I'm not good enough as a wife, or not pretty or interesting enough, I'm not good enough is a label. You're labeling yourself. The question that I would suggest, the challenge. So in the model, what we do is when we have a potentially unhelpful belief, we call it the 3 C's. You check it, you change it. You catch the unhelpful belief, then you change it. Then you check it. You check it by challenging it. And then if you find out that it's unhelpful, you then change it. And when you check it, you want to see if it's constructive or not, if it's helpful or not, if it's logical. So the question that I would ask you if we were working together would be this: where is the evidence that you're not a good enough wife just because he married someone else, just because he loves someone else? Where is the evidence for that? And so what you're subtly doing is, let's just say, for example, you've been married for 5 years, and then your husband decides to take on another wife. If your husband decides to take on another wife after 5 years, essentially what you're saying is this. What you're saying is, the 5 years prior to me getting married, to my husband taking on a second wife, are now null and void. The fact that he stayed with me for 5 years, the fact that he maintained me, that he took care of me, that he loved me, all of that is now null and void, because I'm only going to judge myself as being a good wife or not, or being good enough or not, on this one variable, whether he's marrying someone else, or this one variable of him being in love with someone else. Forget everything else. Forget about all of the million other things I've done over 5 years. Forget about all the times he was sick and I was there for him, all the times he was rushing out for work and I was there to help him get ready for work, all the times when I was there to give him a comforting word. Forget about all of that. Forget about all of that. I'm only a good enough wife if my husband decides to not take another wife. That is not logical. That there's no evidence for. That is what I would say to you is how you work the model. And then you would then dispute that, and then you would change the belief. And so what I would say is it's important for us to learn a model, both men and women. And so what I would encourage you all to do is to join my community. Join my community. In my community, if you like what I just did right now in terms of breaking down the model, the CBT model, specifically REBT, if you like this model of cognitive behavioral therapy and you see the utility of it, I would suggest you join my community. The link will be in the description of this show, as well as I'm dropping it in the comments now. It's the link tree. Join my community, and you'll learn how to understand your thinking and understand your emotions, so that way you can regulate your thinking and emotions. So join the community. I know it will be of benefit for you if you come into it with the desire to get better. And this is an important distinction. It's important, the distinction between feeling better and getting better. Feeling better is what happens when you use distraction techniques, when you vent, when you engage in these type of things that give you the emotional relief in the moment. That's feeling better. But getting better is what I talked about earlier in terms of learning a model, learning a formula to be able to de-escalate your thinking so that when those uncomfortable thoughts come up, you're able to challenge them and dispute them just like I just did, and then create a constructive alternative emotion because you've created a constructive thought. Thinking, feeling, connection. So I would highly encourage you all to join my community. The link is in the comments and will be in the description of this video. And it says, I think because I get male nature more than marrying another doesn't seem as hurtful. And so, sis, again, the last point that I would say to this is a belief. And this type of belief is going to produce an emotion, right? So I want to end out with any of the comments, please put them in. Sister Fatuma says, yes, sisters at times just crave for emotional support, nothing else. Brothers can confuse this with nagging and complaining. Sis, I agree 100%. I really like this. Yes, sisters at times just crave for emotional support, nothing else. Brothers can confuse this with nagging and complaining. I firmly agree with this. I firmly agree with this. And I think it's important, again, as I said before, for brothers to learn how to regulate their emotions. A brother doesn't have to do it, but I think it can enhance the relationship of learning how to be there and support your wife emotionally. Don't have to, but I think it would behoove a man to learn how to regulate your emotions so that you can understand the difference from when your wife is looking for a solution or looking to just vent. How do you show up and be there for her? I think that's it. I think that is an attractive skill set that a man can learn. And men, we do this at work. There's times when we remain silent and listen. to coworkers or supervisor or those that we are supervising that need to vent. We need to take that same skill set that we have and afford that to our wives. But again, that's a thinking issue. Because if your thinking is, I don't have time for this, I just got home, she should know that, I'm not going to listen to this is a lack of respect, that's going to produce a certain emotion. And that emotion may not be constructive to the moment. So again, learning the thinking, feeling connection. And yes, sisters, you should discern, you should have, the reason why it's important for you to learn how to regulate your emotions is so that you know when is the best time to approach your husband with issues, right? And if you have control of your emotions, that can help you with that discernment, right? There's a proper time and place for everything. And that goes for brothers and sisters. So it's important to understand how to regulate your emotions. So Sister Fatuma, I really agree with this. Yes, sisters at times just crave for emotional support, nothing else. And I think it's important for sisters to remember that emotional support is important for you. And that's something that you should also keep in mind when it comes to vetting for a husband. Can this man, does he have the emotional intelligence enough to be able to support me emotionally, right? To give me that companionship that I need. I'm going to wrap up with looking at some of the profiles that we have in the Soft Life matrimonial matchmaking service that I provide. So I would say to you, if you are interested, looking to get married, reach out to me. I provide international matchmaking service wherein that I vet the brothers and sisters. And we're just going to end out with looking at some of the profiles. We started off the show looking at profiles. We're going to end the show looking at profiles. And so we have 3 brothers right here that we're looking at. All 3 are in the UK. 2 are 35, employment, financially secure. Apologies, this is a typo on my part. It should be financial officer, divorcee, and childless. The next profile is the brother. He's a Pakistani UK, 35, medical doctor, divorcee, and childless. Another brother looking for marriage is 41. He's in the US, Pakistani, product owner. He's married. He's looking for polygyny, and he has children. The next sister's profile that I want to highlight is 29-year-old sister, Pakistani UK, doctor, unmarried, does not have children. Next sister is a 30-year-old Pakistani in UK. She's a teacher. She's a divorcee, does not have children. And when you see a star by a profile, that means that the sister is interested and or open to polygyny. And the other sister's profile is a 31-year-old sister. She's half Turkish, half Filipino. She is currently residing in Turkey. She's a teacher, unmarried, and does not have children. Next profile of sisters is an Arab sister in Kenya. She's self-employed, unmarried, and does not have children. Star is by her name, and she is open to polygyny as well. Another sister is 29-year-old Moroccan in the Netherlands. She's not working right now, but she volunteers in her field. She's unmarried and does not have children. And again, she's, if I'm not mistaken, I can double check. I think she's open to polygyny as well. The last profile, apologies, this is a double, but we spoke about this in the last one. So we'll give the sister an extra shout out. A Turkish sister, half Turkish, half Filipino, residing in Turkey, teacher, 31, unmarried, and without children. And let's see if this last profile, did I mention this yet? No, I haven't mentioned this one. These are 3 sisters that are all open to polygyny. First sister is 29, Asian, living in Mauritius, customer service exec, unmarried and childless. The next sister profile is she's Egyptian, living in Egypt, assistant professor at a university, unmarried and childless, and a 37-year-old Pakistani sister in the US. She's an accountant, divorcee, and has one child. And again, all three of these sisters are open to polygyny. Again, I just say one more time, I highly encourage you all to join my community. The link is in the description as well as in the comments. It'll help you get better, not just feel better, because you will learn how to regulate your thinking and emotions. I strongly encourage you to join. I'm going to wrap up here. If there's any other questions before I go, please put them in now before I wrap up. I am way too young to get married to these sisters. They have to look at brothers who are at least 50 plus. You know, I would I know that would probably be a recurring mantra in terms of sisters that are older. The alternative belief that I would give is sisters that are in their 30s. There are definitely brothers mid 30s and late 30s. Sisters that are in their mid 30s and late 30s. You're 25. Yes, for you. Yes, for sure. You're 25. So yes, these sisters are a bit more mature for you, for sure. But what I would say is this. I'm of the perspective that sisters that are more mature, i.e. That are older, 30s, even 40s, the asset that they have, if they have the humility and self-awareness and have put in the work, is that they can join a team, they can join in a polygamous situation and be an asset, and or they can join a brother in a monogamous situation and they can bring an asset to the table of, yes, lived experience and a level of maturity. What I've found is sisters that are older that have put in the work, and that's the caveat, literally have put in the work, are working with someone, they have a level of agreeableness that's attractive. They have a level of humility that is attractive, both of which are assets. And so I would just say sisters that are divorcees and or not married, never have been married, that are older, I would suggest you definitely entertain polygyny. I don't think it's something that you should just do with any man out of desperation. Absolutely not. I think you should be meticulous about it, but I do believe it's something you should entertain, just as you entertain monogamy. But I think you should also make sure you double down on those things that are other assets that men look for, like agreeableness, right? Culinary skills. These are things that you can, skill sets that you can improve on that add value. So with that being said, this has been a great show. We've gone on for 4 hours and 30 minutes. I don't know how many likes I have right now, but if you are still here, I would ask you to like. I'm up to 34 likes. I would ask you, if you have not liked the show, please like. If you haven't subscribed to the channel, please subscribe. If you're not following me on IG, it's Nasir Al-Amin. Please follow me there as well. I post more there. But again, like and subscribe. I hope you guys have found this beneficial. Please make dua for myself and all of those that took the time out to come on the show tonight. And I'll see you on the next episode. If you have any questions or comment, leave them in the comment section. I'll make sure that I answer them as soon as I can, inshallah. Assalamu alaikum.